Welcome back to the stream. So, plan for today is to do the cup game and maybe another one. Plan for today is also not to stress too much about winning or losing, and maybe to find some minor improvements. But first of all, we have 2 points on this post-it here. Well, it's not a post-it, it's whatever. It's a piece of paper. Apparently I have to do the trial lists, so I guess we skipped that last time out. So let's look through the trial lists again. Sure. And see if one in here is worth anything. We're just looking for somebody that is really great, that needs to be signed immediately. But that's not too bad. Yeah, that said, we have a goalkeeper, so I guess no goalkeeper right now. Also, he's 21, so too old for the U19. Flynn Murray looks like he's... That's not too shabby. I was gonna argue maybe we don't need one, but yeah. In comparison to Adair and Roberts, this looks really good. Okay, for some reason he doesn't have a pop-up though. That's it. I think especially on defend duty, he's basically missing composure and a bit of passing. It's more or less fine. The physicals are okay, more or less. He's unambitious though, but unflappable. I think this is a good personality overall. Yeah, if I'm not mistaken, this comes down to decent pressure and a moderate amount of professionalism. Let's see, Wibbly. There it is. Yeah. So, whilst the professionalism does not have to be really good, his loyalty and pressure are really good. He has low controversy and good temperament. This is good personality overall. Oh, the ambition is crap. Otherwise, he's fine. And I would argue we can put him in a mentoring unit with our fullback, and that's good. If we can get him, say, as a first team member, that's probably, yeah, he wants to be star player. So say we get him in as a breakthrough prospect. No, he wouldn't want to be. Okay, he wants to be star player. Is it worth it? I guess. Why not? First signing of the day. That said, it's a cheap one. Alright. So Adair will go down to the U19. And he will replace Adair. I don't want to get rid of the captain. Adair is not too bad either. Looking at it. I should have compared the two, maybe. Yeah, it's not far off. That's it. Adair maybe can use some time in the U19 for development. So I'm not opposed to the idea. And Flynn Murray is not somebody that we will pay anytime soon. Well, we will, but not in a major sense. He's really cheap. So that's okay. And somebody might come and poach him anyway. Alright. Then there's Jake Flynn. Well, he does fit our playing style to a degree. But this does not seem like somebody that I want to employ due to multiple weaknesses, I think. I don't like this. Even though the acceleration and pace is really great, but we cannot rely on acceleration and pace all the time. Emery Lumley. He's left-footed on the left wing. Generally speaking, we could play with a winger, but I don't like the traits. And we have one of these players in our squad already. He looks interesting. Especially for an 18-year-old. Yeah, it's not bad. He's slow though. But given that he's more or less a playmaker type, that's not too bad. His technique is really great for this level. Teamwork and work rate are decent. The physicals overall aren't that wonderful, but I think he can play... Well, he doesn't know how to. But I think he can play advanced playmaker as well as another kind. He has a great trait, dictates tempo, which suits him. He's got decent decision making, which is rare on this level, I think. I want to compare him with our playmaker right now. Now, who was that? Gotta have a look. It's Byrne, sure. I should have known. Wow. Well, I guess that settles it. If we can get him, we will get him, right? Balance media friendly basically tells us nothing. I probably should have held off on some of these signings. Well, balanced media friendly tells us that he's got no really great attributes. But no major weaknesses either. Maybe. I don't like this personality very much. We'll do it this way. Nope, we will not. I don't want his personality in the squad. I charge the reconsidered. I don't think that's good. Wow, what kind of passing is that? Not too bad. Yeah, well, we can't just sign everyone. He 12 on ball, I don't want that in a squad. Derek O'Connell. This looks like a decent ball-winning midfielder. I'm not so sure if he's much better than what we have. He might be one for the shortlist, but same as the others. He doesn't have great personality. Jamie Kane. It would be an idea, but we have people there that can do a certain job. Ryan O'Hanlon. I think we had a look at Sean Henry previously. For some reason he tries first time shots. I guess with his first touch that's okay. And he refrains from taking long shots, I guess that's good too. So overall he would be fine. For target forward, which we use, no go. Let me just get back to him for a second. Obviously we could use him in a role like this, but his passing isn't great either. I guess he could serve as... well, no, he couldn't. And neither as a false 9. Or complete forward for all that matters here. So I don't think he's viable. Not in our tactic. Adrian de Hervey looks... to me he looks much better than the rest. That might be a really weird statement to you, but I like the personality a lot. Resolute as well as reserved media handling. This is great. Yeah. So that's great loyalty, great professionalism. Determination is decent, obviously. And he has really low controversy. This is a personality I want in a squad. Immediately. I do not know if he is better than ours though. So we'll see. But we have weaknesses on the left defensive side. That's similar. Doherty is a bit faster. And what's the other guy's name? McDowell it is. Yeah, well, McDowell is much faster, but I think McDowell is not suited for this role at all. In general, he's not great. He's fast and that's it. And at the age of 31, to be that fast and nothing else is not a good idea. I guess we will let him go sooner or later. So I want him in the squad, yes. As a youngster, obviously. Easy. Really easy. Jonathan Rudden. Unambitious and level-headed is not too bad. His level of play doesn't look shabby either. It's okay. I guess he could do better in a playmaker role, so I don't think this is okay. Assuming he... no. Probably not as a ball-winning midfielder. I just don't like the tackling and the defensive attributes. So box-to-box more or less it is. That's not bad. Sure, some areas are missing, but we're talking the level of play where I guess he could adapt. And that's it. How many midfielders are in U19 right now? We do have a few, right? So my biggest problem with this is, on the other hand, we do have playmakers more or less, right? Yeah, as I was going to say, my biggest problem is that there's a lot of playmakers. Well, playmakers too. There's a lot of midfielders down there right now, and none of them will stand a chance. Let's ignore that for now. Andrew Logan. That's not bad. Personality-wise, we don't know shit about him. But he's a 17-year-old. And I think he might be, in comparison to, for example, Jones. Yeah, I thought so. He's way better than Jones. And Jones plays. He's even better than the guy we loaned in. So I guess Andrew Logan is one to sign, for sure. My problem is he will probably want to be star player. Yes, he wants to. Can we say to him he's a squad player? Nope, apparently not. He wants to be star player under any circumstances. I'll still agree to this. Oh. This is a hefty amount of money. Nah, forget about it. I'm not gonna spend that much money on it. Alright, post-match conference. So, we lost the last game. I really don't think it was about Terry Cobb. Yeah, he had an assist and created some chances. Okay, cool. But he wasn't that great. What did I make of it? We shouldn't have given away that free kick. We gotta have a look at the referee's performance later on. Andrew James might relieved him. Yeah, okay. Always. Hopefully we can keep him for a long time, even though he doesn't have the level. His attributes could be a bit better. So, last time out this didn't work. So, we'll try it the other way. Maybe that will, maybe it won't. I don't know yet. But I think to do the same thing all over again is not a sign of a mental mind. No, well, it's a sign of a mental mind. It's a sign of a sane mind. So I would rather do something else. And see what it brings. So we lost. We're at 5 points now. What's the next league game? Andy. Andy are 4th in the league. We know that Port Talbot plays some kind of gegenpress style. And he does not tend to hold a high defensive line for some reason. I'm not so sure. I guess Paul Coleman didn't have a great performance either. Training this week will definitely not develop the players. Not that it matters much. Alright. So player, apparently he's an interesting choice, but I don't feel like he's interesting for us. So I'll say I'm not interested. That's all there is to it. Fine. Well, I will take a short break immediately after 20 minutes and say hello to my girlfriend who just came home. And then we'll move on and see where it goes. Die Dose. So much for that. Apparently the microphone wasn't muted. Okay. Well, in case you heard something weird, that's just me talking to my better half. So, Dad finishes scouting for the moment. We still have very good response in terms of fitness coach. The problem is we need 2 coaching spots. Please tell me the board finally lets me make another request. Well, we can have a request for a sports scientist. I think it was prior to Jutta Hochdahl's, might have been at Jutta Hochdahl's too though, that I used one of the scouts as a coach at some point. Just because there was nobody else available and coaching was so horrible that even a scout could do a decent job. Reflecting on the circumstances of the club, I also think we fell victim to new manager syndrome again. I guess I did. I wanted to change too many things too fast. That's no good. It's rejected. Let's talk to them about it. Not a great guy. There's a few friendlies here. Doesn't matter for them though. What kind of fixtures are these? There's 2 friendlies and then there's the cup. I guess that's fine. Doesn't matter much to me. So they can play here. That's okay. There might be a bit of a problem with injuries here, but I don't think so. Not with win one game. That probably won't be a thing. I don't know. I'm not a big fan of fullbacks on support duty. I just don't think they contribute much. Yeah, and they have such a low amount of specific instructions. So that's not appealing to me. So, looking at the material that we have, he's more suited to be on defend duty. I don't know why we use him on support duty here. Wiles, I think, is not suited to be fullback at all. To be honest, I just don't think he belongs here. Adair does, to a degree. And wingback on defend is not far off fullback on defend. What's the difference? So, as a fullback on defend, let's just get rid of this stuff. And also I want to ignore the positions on the pitch here, because there's too many decisions undertaken just by the visualization. It doesn't matter that much. How they do in game does. This is but in particular, this is true with the colors here. They might not be that important. So for Adair, as a wingback on defend duty, he would use his dribbling and so on, which isn't a great idea. His primary concern right now, as a fullback on defend duty, I guess would be the fact that his crossing is missing. So he needs some crossing. Otherwise, he's moderately suited to play this role. I guess somebody's using a drill in this building somewhere. Well, why not? So we will use him as a fullback on defend duty in that case, because I think that's more suited for him. And forget about the ball control training. So what does he need? Crossing. Well, to be a threat, I'd say he needs crossing. He will be instructed to cross from deep, I think. Take fewer risks, cross from deep and hold position. We can still tell him to cross less often, so we can compensate for the lack of crossing. In other words, we can focus on those things that are really important for us right now. But none of this is really bad, so we might as well go with what we have. And either we can train him on additional marking. We cannot train tackling, otherwise I would do that. But we can basically focus on his defensive performances or on some of the other stuff. His long throws will not be good anytime soon, so I guess defensive positioning it is. For now. We can go all about these things, obviously. We might as well do the crossing too. Not that it matters much. But let's try to get him to a decent defender level at least. With Jones, I think we know. I'm seriously wondering, who does this? He's been rested for a day. Who does this kind of stuff? I'm quite sure that I didn't give any responsibility in this club to anyone. Is this part of the training? Oh. Maybe they automatically get arrested once this happens. That might be a thing. So half intensity is fine for me in this situation. That could do it. Is it similar in the U19? Yes, it is. There's no save button here. Hopefully this is fine. Alright. So on the left defensive side, I think we have a problem. And no change in duties will cover for that. They have some pace, but that's not all there is to it. McDowell is in particular. That marking and positioning, man. So he trains as a wingback on defend duty. That's too much for him. I don't think this is good. Let's focus on what he can do. Well, barely. He also has a trait that doesn't suit him. Well, it suits his pace. So I guess that's okay, but on defend duty I don't want him to do that. So where does this lead? Well, here. Let's not overdo things here. We want them both to cross less often, right? That's okay. And that's okay here too. With Wild though, I don't think he's as good as McDowell. Pains me to say this. But Apparently McDowell is the better of the two, at least in defense. Taking fewer risks is on for all of them. And I will take this stuff off, because I think it's a bit too much. The crosses aimed at the target forward are not a good idea either, as long as his jumping is as it is. I'd rather have them distribute the crosses a bit more. Crossing less often on the other hand, especially in midfield, I think that's okay. That said, I'm not so sure. Yeah. It discouraged regular delivery into the penalty area. I'm not sure if this affects the way they cross towards the wings. That would be a problem. Hopefully it doesn't. Alright. Great. So, with Coleman coming to mind, he has good kicking. Where do we want him to distribute? Ideally towards the playmaker, but that might be highly congested. I think in this kind of formation to the wings is probably a good idea. So say we distribute to the flanks. Then Tumulty and Trainer should pick them up. Well, Tumulty is not that fast, he just has a really great acceleration. And Trainer, to be fair, he trains well. Well, he doesn't train that well, but he has the match practice. So with that match experience, he's getting somewhere. At least for now. Okay, that's not much. That doesn't seem likely to work. We do have specific players that are rather strong and good on the tackle. It's not everyone though. If we had players that are very strong, all of them, then get stuck in is probably a good idea. But we just haven't. We would need an aggressive, brave bunch, which we don't have. So, Sam Jones can take his 1-day rest, sure. Alright. No noticeable change here. Good, good. I'm seriously contemplating releasing Clwyd. Not because he can contribute to the success in this club, that's not a problem. My problem is with his attitude and the fact that he's still annoyed about the fine. I think he should get over himself. Yeah, and that's not likely to happen. Jamie Roberts is captain. Sure. Where is he? Here. Oh, that's all there is to it. Yeah, we tried. Barry Fitzgerald and Iron Jones. So, let's see. None of these are here. He's fairly pro, so that's alright. Where's Iron Jones? Here. He's fairly pro too. So I guess his personality will not be, or their personalities will not be influenced in a negative way by being greeted by Jamie Roberts. I'm not even sure if this is how it works. Fantastic. Freaking fantastic. So we've got that. Is there anything we need to do in response to the last game? He's on a 6.4 rating. Conceded 3 goals. That's no good. We conceded 3 goals? Seriously? We conceded 3 goals. Yeah, sure. After we went into overload mode, which should happen in the first place. There's a lot of expected goals against us. I do not like this. That said, 1.43 and conceding 3 definitely says that the goalkeeper didn't do his best. But we might have criticized him previously. Did we go through the entire squad? Apparently not. So 6.5 is enough for an official warning, so we'll do that. I don't think he was good. He didn't contribute creatively. Okay. How about Sam Jones? Well, he had a bad game. Yeah, and in this case, I guess we can criticize the defending. Ellefeldstad didn't have a good game, but we cannot give him an official warning. He's a lone player. So we'll just tell him he wasn't good enough defensively. Alex McDowell. Oh yeah, he didn't play. Well, he did. But Wiles was the one who played for the majority of the game. And as absurd as it sounds, his passing was good. That said, no creativity, so I guess that's the warning. We can't do that. Harry Martin. .6 rating, that's not great. His passing was good though. I wouldn't say sensational, but I guess this is Pep Guardiola style. Everything is either sensational or, I don't know, outstanding. We will criticize the fact that he didn't create any chances. Sure. I guess as a midfielder this is not his major job, but that's okay. He's instructed to take fewer risks and so on, so I don't know. Then there's Gibson and Bryan. I'm not that annoyed by Gibson right now. 6.3 rating though, so yeah. Official warning it is. Apparently I cannot find the players all the time. Because, you know, Clwyd was annoyed. And we will criticize the fact that he did not create any chances. That worked. there anything? I guess we can praise him on the tackling, right? Sure. Makes it easy. Gary Bryan. He's on a 6.4 rating. His tackling isn't that great. Shots on target is 1 out of 1, but that's about it. I guess he created some chances, but he wasn't great. For playmaker, this is not great. He does train decently. Hugh Tumulty. 6.8 rating with an assist. So I guess it's not his fault. Not entirely anyway. Could have done better, sure. But criticizing him for the chances created is not a good idea here. Praising him for the chances created isn't either. Passing isn't that great. He would have needed to complete 1 or 2 more. This is a no comment, I think. With him, I guess 2 out of 2 tackles is a plus. But we have a lack of chances created, and this is what he's on the pitch for, so I guess we will criticize that. Seriously. So now he's annoyed that he gets criticized too much. I guess if this is the way they want to be, sure. I don't know, we don't have a backup there, do we? Well, backup is probably the wrong way to put it. We don't have anyone else that can play in that position. Not on a reasonable level. And I'm happy that he scored, but his heading was really horrible. We'll still praise the goal. Yes, I guess that's a minor positive. Also, he won 2 out of 2 tackles, but that's not his fault. Not entirely. So now I'm considering who are the fastest of the bunch. Look at this. So basically what we're doing here is we're giving them the instruction to be a fullback on support duty just to tell them that they are a no-nonsense fullback. In the end. With additional specific instructions. I'm not sure why we do that. Doesn't make much sense, there's presets for this. Which might interpret the role a bit differently, but... So Chris Adair accepted his warning. Didn't do much there. Ryan Gibson, on the other hand, that's a good comment, because his determination went up. So even while determination is not that important, at least not to me, it's a positive. Same with Gary Bryan, by the way. Same here, it's a determination that went up. So that's okay. With a determination of 4 though, that's to be expected. There's a lot of upside to be had there. Welcome to the stream, sir. Or mate, however you want to put it. I'm not a native speaker, so I guess you can call me whatever you want. What brings you to the stream? So, I guess I'm rock bottom. Thank you very much. Yeah, I guess that's one way to come in here. True. So you're welcome to stick around and to ask questions. And in fact, looking at the camera, I think I should probably switch on the light. Maybe then you can see my face. So give me a second there. I'm about fifth down. Well, fantastic. We had a certain viewership time and time again. Is this better? Not by much, probably. Now you can see my face. Depending on if this is good or not to you, it's better or worse. So, yeah, this is the second club that we manage in the safe, Taffs Well, and this is in Wales. You're probably aware, I don't know. Oh, always the question about the football team that I support. I guess I always tend to answer this with I support decent management, and decent management can come in different circumstances depending on you know, how's the environment of the club. For example, I think I respect Union Berlin in Germany due to the circumstances and what they're doing under these circumstances. So there's that. But on the other hand, you can argue that there are other clubs that also deserve to be supported from that perspective. I don't know, SC Freiburg, for example, in Germany. I hope that answers the question. Oh, so quite the opposite. That's... I guess it's an adult thing to say we can agree to disagree, but I'm not... Well, I'm vaguely familiar with the circumstances of Manchester United. I guess that's... First of all, let me put it that way. I can understand that in a... to a degree more than being a Manchester City fan. So, from my remote German perspective, because, you know, oil money and stuff. But on the other hand, both of these clubs are rather well funded, I guess. So, yeah. Given that I'm want to go to the lower reaches of the game, I guess I don't have a strong opinion on the matter, if that makes sense. Sure, I was born in Stuttgart. To a degree that goes into the DNA, right? I still support VfB Stuttgart to these days, to a degree. But it's been hard to do that recently. I don't live there anymore. But that's not the thing. The thing is all the rotation in management and so on. So it just doesn't stick, and the success doesn't stick either. So I don't like that. I'm more fond of a certain path and sticking to the path and having some success with that. So clubs that do that, I like that very much. And sadly, VfB Stuttgart doesn't. So, but I'm not sure how these things are with Manchester United. Also, I don't like wasting money. I guess that's a part of my personality. We brought him in immediately? Oh. I guess we brought him in immediately. Cool. Well, where? At Taffs Well? Or in Stuttgart? Well, Given that Mies wants to introduce himself, so Chief's Kingdom, it is entirely down to Mies that we landed in Taffs Well, so he's responsible for that. And given that he wants to tell you about it, he can do that himself. Because I told that story like... at this point it feels like 20 people apparently, given that Mies wants to stick with it these days. It's not entirely true, but who cares? We can stick with it. Whatever. It's, well... you know... If the internet might forget it though. If we repeat the lie all the time, for an extended amount of time, at some point they might believe it. And it gives you some importance, so I guess that's a plus, because I'd really like to have you around the stream, so...
Thanks for the follow.
Yeah, I guess that counts. And thank you very much for the follow. Now we're back up at 69, right? Nice. So... yeah. Anyway, we signed this guy. So, but you have to explain why you are the reason to Chief's Kingdom, because I don't want to go about kids one more time. You know, they always think I talk about kids and not kids. So that's dangerous. He would be a decent fullback on defend duty. This is fantastic. This is just what we need. And with his attribute sample, I guess the composure is the biggest problem. I don't worry that much about the passing. We can have a look at that later on. But the composure affects defensive performance, and we need that. So we will do final third training until he starts to complain. Same with him, apparently no, he will come through in January. Why is that? The other one was older. I guess there's some sort of transfer rule there. So, Chief's Kingdom, is this a regular thing for you? To join random streamers bottom to top? Because, well, hopes are that we leave the bottom at some point. Okay, we can allow a trial until he joins permanently and he can go to the U19 immediately. Because I think this is where he belongs. Given the age. No answer. So this is how it goes as a streamer. You talk to your audience and then, well, who cares? There's more important things to do than talking to the streamer. By the way, I put on my nice clothes. So this is obviously a correct color too, because today we will witness our game against who was it? Port Talbot. The second time, but this time it's the cup game. So I'm dressed for both occasions. In case we win, I can say this is dressed up just nicely, and in case we lose, I can say I dressed in black. So I'm prepared. Alright, press conference. Oh, this is about the signing, is it? This is not. This is just about the signing. Is he the sort of defender who can be a real foundation for this team? I guess he's much better than what we have, so yeah, he is. He's unambitious though. So he will be a boost to everyone. No. Hi Sharon, welcome back to the stream. I hope you're having a good day. Also, I hope you don't hear me scratching that tinfoil here on the table. And if you do, I'm sorry. Yeah, there's a new player. Well, there's a lot of new players apparently, and I think I overdid it. So, some players might need to leave, and I think we will do that from a squad morale perspective. So, one of your favorites might need to go. By the way, personal question. That is not that personal to begin with, I think. Could you please tell me how to pronounce Charon Allet? Is it Charon Allet or Charon Allet? Or is it, I don't know, Cheruno Let? I guess that's not it. But I don't want to butcher that nickname every time I pronounce it. So would you be so kind to elaborate on that? Charon Nullet? So just going through. Okay. So in case I do it wrong at some point. Okay. In case it's wrong at some point, feel free to correct me, right? Because I know how annoying it can be. My nickname is, no use for my soul. But every second person pronounces it nouse for my soul for some reason. I have no idea why. And obviously it's a nickname that is lost to time at this point. There was a, I don't know, moderately successful band called No Use for a Name at some point. Which, was taken from us prior to their time, I guess. So, but nobody knows about that stuff these days. So, yeah. Will he fit? Yeah, he will fit. And I guess that's a good choice. I know so many nicknames that are either, some word in the numbers or something. This is the worst, probably. It feels like 90s. Made up words are much better. And then there's, like, all of those band names. So, I guess shots fired. Different roles? He can play different roles? Well, I guess he can be a central defender from time to time, yeah? That wouldn't be... It would be a bad choice. But given that our central defenders are always exhausted, he will do that from time to time. How do we plan to get the best out of him? I guess we will play him. Does he have friends already? Yeah. So, he's Irish. I guess one plus is he speaks English. So I guess he will settle from a language perspective. I like that. We can argue about style all day long, but at least it's a certain style. Cheers. I need to look this up. I think I know what this is. Yeah. So... The translation to German, I think, is rather weird. It's I think the correct translation for a mallet is Fukuhila in German, which stands for vorne kurz, hinten lang, which is basically short in the front and long in the back. So, whatever. I guess it's... You can also say it's the inverse of style, I guess. Yeah. But it reminds me of a German band. Of these days they call themselves Electric Callboy. They are from the Ruhrpott, where Mies, well, not exactly where Mies is from. They are from Castrop-Rauxel, I think. That's somewhere around Dortmund and Gelsenkirchen and so on. So it's in the Ruhrpott in Germany. They do rather interesting interpretations that include really bad hairstyles. Also wonderful music. Just don't listen to it live. So he doesn't have friends here. I guess we reduced his mood to pleased. Football Manager is weird in these press conferences that way. You can answer honestly, and then the player as well as sometimes the press, but more importantly the player will not be that excited in the end. If you lie to them and tell them like he has so many friends in the club already, the player will be, yes, I have so many friends, even though it's a blatant lie. I have no idea how this works. It feels like the system isn't fleshed out. Not really, no. So, well, I guess to a degree. Our current striker isn't that big. I think you know him, Yates. Let me show you. So the striker issue, can we go here? Oh, for fuck's sake. Get rid of all of these. So the striker issue is basically Toby Yates is our primary striker right now. We play with a target forward. The problem is he's not a great jumper. Otherwise he's okay. And to have a striker that is okay for the time being, that's alright with me. So we rely on him to a degree. If we look at his form right now, that's not that many games, but it's not great form, but it's not horrible. And not horrible is a level that is okay. We will hold the league with not horrible, probably. So, also, in 4 out of 5 games he scored. I will not complain about the striker. Sure, some of these were penalties. So, let's not overinterpret this. But he's okay. And for an 18-year-old, that's totally fine. He might develop. He might get his jumping at some point. With the other strikers, I'm not so sure. So, in fact, let's go through these immediately, because some decisions need to be made. This squad is too big, and it includes a few players that I'm not very fond of. Let's start with Elina. James Elina is a real problem to me, because, well, the star rating says he's bullshit, right? Or, no, not bullshit, but quality-wise he's no good, right? Let's put it that way. And 11 jumping and 8 strength aren't that great, actually. The balance of 10 isn't that great either. He's slow. His decision making is bad. He has good aggression and anticipation though. And good heading. So he's good for one thing in particular. Heading the ball towards the goal. Now, we can use somebody like this from time to time, but I wouldn't want to rely on him. That said, he trains like a beast. And I have no idea why that is. So either he is a really professional guy, just below the threshold, I guess, because he's got balanced personality, or for some reason there's great potential in a 30-year-old, which would be absolutely absurd. Also, he's an influential player to the squad, so I cannot just fire him. I think we need to give him some game time from time to time. And if we look at the match reports here, well, this was back in the friendlies though. So I guess we can give him some time on the pitch, if we want to. Just for the training rating, even though I'm not convinced. Broderton is not a striker to me. So let's ignore that. It's the same with trainer. I do not consider him a striker. Because, well, he would need to play as a pressing forward without aggression and so on. I don't like this. Advanced forward maybe. Yeah, he's got acceleration and pace. Dribbling, his finishing is really rubbish though. So, I'm not that convinced by that prospect and, you know, mentals. Not a thing. We play him as an inverted winger and he's not great there either. He's just the best that we have there. And the other ones can't play striker. They don't know. So, who else is available? Rooney. I think I remember you being a fan of Rooney. The problem with Rooney is this. He's really hard to manage. Like, 50% of the conversations with him are bad. I want to criticize this training level. Can you imagine what happened in previous attempts? He was annoyed by being criticized repeatedly for his training level. So we played him to improve his training. Well, you remember, straight red. So even though he's got the acceleration and I think he can get to a moderate level of success at some point, I think the attitude needs to change. And that'll be a hard one, to change his attitude. Well, I can also argue that, well, attribute-wise, there's a long way to go, right? It doesn't matter much if we go for attack duty or support duty here, by the way. The flair is the only thing that determines that half-star difference. I don't necessarily agree that this is very important, depending on how structured the game is. But the work rate might improve if we, well, you know, give him an official warning every single time he doesn't play well, so determination and work rate will go up at some point, and we just need this to go up like 3 points, and then we got the flair covered. So I guess that's alright. And stamina he will need anyway. As a striker though, do we need to have this debate? Probably not, right? As a striker he doesn't stand a chance other than being a poacher maybe. And I don't know, something like this. But there's so many holes in this setup, I don't think he's a striker. Then there's Clwyd. So I do not think I have made up my mind on the Clwyd matter yet. But I'm starting to hate having to deal with him. Hate is a strong word. It's not even despise yet, but we're talking, he's annoying me. And this is down to the fact that he got, I don't know, he reacted in a sensible way. No, not sensible. He didn't have thick skin once we find him. And it was appropriate, by the way. It was on a 6.1, he was on a 6.1 rating. We gave him a fine for 1 day, which is not that much, and immediately he came and, well, if he would have been an influential player, we would have had a mutiny on our hands. So, I don't like that at all. Now we have a promise going with him, and that promise tells us not to find a player for another 292 days. I hate this. Not due to the fact that we cannot find him, I don't care, he will get official warnings. I hate this because his morale is 50% and that's it. We cannot improve this. Because he's unhappy. He's considered to be unhappy. Where is it? Here. He's considered to be unhappy and this tells him, well, his morale is stuck to 50%. To have a player like this in the squad is really annoying. So he will not make an appearance as long as he doesn't get back to happiness. And he's considered an important player. So I guess he will start complaining about the lack of playing time pretty soon. If we play him, well, there's the next problem. As a target forward? Probably not. the physicals are bad. So I guess we would need to play him as a poacher. We could. But for that kind of poachery style, we would need a possession-based system that gives him time on the ball, or at least some chance to tap it in. And this is not exactly what we're capable of playing, so I don't know what to do with him. And then a semi-Q. This is basically Clwyd just in inverse. Not inverse. He's verse. Maybe that's overdoing it a little bit, but I don't know what to do with him either. And in his case, he never made a single appearance so far, I think. Well, he came on at some point, but I don't see him doing anything with this club. He's too old too. So that's the strikers. Do we need to keep him? With these physicals on this level? Seriously? I guess he could improve there, but he's 21. There's 17-year-olds that are better. I think we have 17-year-olds down here that are better. Do we? Let's compare this. Was it McHugh that we just... Yeah, there he is. So McHugh is a bit more well-rounded. I think more of a technical player. Obviously not a fair comparison, right? But on the physical side, this is so far off. And this guy has acceleration 4, and still I think he has better physicals. So I guess McHugh will not make an appearance. I'd rather play the other guy. Even though his technicals aren't great. Maybe I'm not aware of what to do with a bunch of technical strikers that do not have physical attributes, because physicals are really important in the penalty area, right? There's a reason why they assessed at some point that the most important attribute for well, quantitatively for goal scoring isn't finishing. The most important attribute is strength, if I'm not mistaken. I think that the data analysis was done by somebody around Sealand's club, I think. Yeah, not club. Company. So it might have been a streamer or, I don't know, somebody that works for Sealand. But that didn't change. And it's just due to the fact that in most circumstances you get the ball muscles off your foot, or, well, your face, in case you run into the penalty area and you are not strong enough to defend it. So goal scoring relies on strength to a degree, or on pace if you can outrun your marker. But a certain amount of physicalness is required, I think. At least to my information. So I don't know what to do with players that have no physical attributes at all. I can deal with both kinds though. Do you have an opinion on that? On the overall striker setup? If you see this overall thing, is there something that sticks out to you now that you have an overview? It helps me to process this, by the way. So, seeing if there's no feedback, well, I guess inverse to my opinion or otherwise, I will probably get rid of 2 strikers here. Just for team dynamics. We can always sign a new one. And this is 2 strikers with really good finishing, by the way. But I just don't know what to do with them. Maybe that makes me a bad manager though, right? If you have 2 strikers with good finishing and you cannot include them, that's probably more a problem. Yeah, I thought about that. Well, maybe not. Yeah, but inside forward on attack duty probably, right? Because he's got the finish. So I had that thought too. And we need somebody to play back up there anyway. That said, for an inside forward, I'm just gonna do that immediately. Say we use him as an inside forward. It's not like we have a replacement out there, so that's good. Well, that's kind of circular though. I guess he has most of the attributes needed for that. Oh no, let me rephrase that. The attributes that he brings to the table, they are needed for an inside forward role. And if we look at the holes in his overall playing style, most of these do not affect being an inside forward. That we can tell him to refrain from long shots, for example. But he likes to round the keeper anyway, and this dribbling and finishing suit this trait just fine, so that's good. A problem with inside forward on attack is, well, this, right? He will probably take half an hour until he reaches goal. Or finishing position. That said, that doesn't need to be the worst. Yeah, we're talking releasing strikers in on the pitch or from the club. Because I feel inclined like we should release them from the club. Not play with two strikers on the pitch. Two strikers on the pitch might be okay too. From the club, yeah, okay. So, I'm generally not a fan of two striker formations. Just because I think they do not contribute much defensively most of the time. And given the circumstances of most clubs that I manage in Football Manager, well, I guess two strikers and both our pressing forwards would work. For me. In most of these circumstances. Because on a regular basis it's just about not going down. And then there's also just the statistics. A goal scored is not equivalent to a goal not conceded. Quantitatively speaking. This is derived from Sakeronomics again. If you want to stay up, the rule of thumb is do not concede. And it's really as easy as this. Sure, you have to score two, but once you get from, I don't know, third goal to fourth goal scored, the value of that goal, there's a diminishing return there for goals scored. If you score 3 to 5 goals and concede 4 on average, you will probably have bad time. Now, if you score 2 and concede 1, you know, that's much more valuable. Because at this point, set pieces and so on make an appearance, and that might just push you over the edge, as long as you do not concede anymore. So not conceding is really important. Yeah, true. There's multiple angles to this argument. Also, it's been a while since I read that book, so in case you're not familiar, it's a good read. It's a bit too focused on international management for my taste, which I don't care much about. But overall, this is a great read. If you're interested in, I guess statistics is the wrong word, and it's not that deep of a level of data mining. It just highlights some aspects of football, and in particular international football focused on England. Yeah, but some of the chapters are really interesting. Obviously, it's a few years old at this point. In fact, I think it's been a decade or two. So Clwyd on inside forward might be an idea though, because he's got decent dribbling, he's got a decent finish, so he's threatening, yes. He's slow. But does it matter much if he penetrates the penalty area, dribbles there, and they foul him? Who cares, right? I guess he doesn't need to score himself. He just needs to end up in the penalty area and drop. And that's something that might appear with that dribbling. Yeah. I think that's a good idea. And so in a way, I'm happy that this happens though. Because me personally as a streamer and as a football manager player, I tend to go on about personalities a lot. Like, really annoyingly a lot, right? I guess to most people, me complaining about somebody being a balanced personality is like, he's mad, he's annoying, whatever. Well, he's balanced, balance is middle of the road, that's fine. But balanced is not middle of the road to me, and it's not fine. And this is down to this stuff. I wanna avoid this, right? So, to have somebody that is unambitious is not bad to me. But to have somebody that is unambitious and unflappable actually is a positive to me. So, he must have high controversy. Or I did something really wrong. Maybe I did something wrong, in his case. Because the personality is not that bad. And, by the way, he's unflappable, so he has good pressure. So we can tell him that we demand more all the time. He's unambitious though. Don't know if it will stick. But okay, let's keep him. McHugh on the other hand, I don't know. I don't know what to do with him. And I never used him. He's too old to be in the U19. Is he an important player? I don't think so. I'll keep him until he starts complaining, but on the other hand, that deducts from you know, this. So, you know what? We will reduce the squad size, let's release him. I don't need him. And we will find somebody else. Really. So, given that trainer's personality, that trainer's performances recently haven't been great either, he can have some time off. And we will play Clwyd, actually. We will personalize this for him. He will be an inside forward on attack duty. There's some sense to this. We can even use this in the positive formation, I think. So, crossing towards target forward is okay, shooting less often isn't. Dribbling more is okay, cutting inside is okay, taking more risks. His flair is decent, his passing is shit, his vision is bad, so I guess I don't like that. But whatever, it's part of the role, so that's it. Crossing less often is good, and getting further forward is definitely something for him to do. He's got good off-the-ball movement, decent decision-making, and decent anticipation, so we can live with that. Okay, so what's the weakness here? Passing. He doesn't have the passing required. Also, he doesn't have the physicals. But first and foremost, he doesn't have the passing. So we will do passing training. And forget about the physicals for a second, because, well, as long as he gets fouled, I'm happy with that. Maybe that's a thing. We'll see. He's also, he brings something to the table that I ignored right now. He's, for a wing player, he's got decent jumping and heading. So crossing towards target man can deflect of one of the defenders or of Yates, who doesn't stand a chance, and Clwyd can just tap it in. Good. Press conference. And I will do the defensive formation in the next match. I don't know if this is a good idea, but, well, as long as we do not concede 3 goals, I guess I'm happy. And if we do, you can argue that we could have gone with the positive formation. And I think the board is... I have my grabs with the board at this point. Yes. So I think Port Talbot we should be able to defeat. That's a weird statement. We stand a chance here, right? We signed the young players due to league rules. It has nothing to do with a long-term concept in this situation. I guess we could sign all the players. Gary Moody doesn't seem to play. Why? Well, he can improve, right? Well, let's see. So, at this point in time, first of all, I want Clwyd to be included here as an inside forward. Is there anything he needs to do in particular? Shooting more often, probably. His long shots are really bad, though. So, I'm not entirely sure if the 15 points of finishing override the 4 points of long shot in this situation. He also likes to round the keeper, and I guess we can have him dribble. That's just fine, right? He also has decent composure, by the way. So, that's good. I guess I will not instruct him to shoot more often. We'll wait. For Tumulty, though, to have an inside forward at the long post, that probably tells us that he can cross. His crossing of 6 isn't great, but in case he avoids Yates with his cross, it might end up with Clwyd anyway. He's really slow though, so we may see a lot of crosses that go past Yates and then Clwyd is like half a kilometer away. Doesn't matter though. The get stuck in, I'm not so fond of. We gave away a lot of free kicks last time out, so I'm gonna get rid of this. And in transition, distribution to the flanks, I guess that's a dangerous thing to do now, given that Clwyd is really slow. On the other hand, it's much better than distributing somewhere. And, well, Yates is too small. Well, he's not that small. His jumping is too bad. I have to rephrase a lot of things today. You should probably try that at some point in case you didn't. To phrase things on the fly. He's fairly determined. We were interested due to being a staff member, maybe. That said, we encountered a problem there. So, as long as the club doesn't give us the option, we will not be able to do that. And in case the club gives us the option, we will probably go with Jones as a staff member and emergency backup. And I want him to be this way. And continue to play badly, by the way, to reference your last message here. That's also a relative thing, I guess. Because we are expected to go down, right? So, as long as we stand a chance to avoid relegation, we are somewhat fine. He has been released. Apparently he would be a terrific signing for the future. I do not agree. Did this improve dynamics? Not at all. Okay, training. Let's go through training on an individual level. Some of these players train well, some do not. Harry Martin is one of those that does. Which is why he plays, which is why he develops. So I guess that's good. The fun part is his performances aren't even... They are not that great. Yeah, he scored. Okay. True. That goal was great. Otherwise... This is nothing to be excited about. He has balanced personality too. Is he an important player? He is considered a regular starter at the age of 22. It feels like he should dive into tackles, maybe? With the tackling of 11, aggression 15, strength of 7. We're getting there, right? I think for dives into tackles, these are decent attributes. A bit more stronger and he can dive into tackles. Let me see though. Maybe I can call this web. Where is it? Player traits, here it is. This is defending. Dives into tackles, requires good tackling, anticipation, and decisions. Alright, let's have a look at this. Tackling, anticipation, decisions. That's all okay or good. Physical presence, strength is acceptable, and preferably good defensive positioning. So positioning and teamwork. I guess the teamwork is a bit off. So, but this is all stuff that gets trained with this role. We'll do this. We'll try to teach him to dive into tackles. Yeah, he's aggressive. He can learn this. Alright. There's no way for us to teach him other attributes in his role in a focused manner. We could go with strength and, you know, the other thing. Also, bravery is a bit off, so he needs to improve there. Coleman trains well. I guess praising Coleman on his training is good. I'm not so sure if balance is... Well, no, it's the agility, right? Which is a problem for the goalkeeper. These attributes, though. In hindsight, I'm not so sure if this loan agreement was a good idea. We cannot terminate this. This is the one that I... yeah, I misdid that loan agreement. Yeah, the Hawkdales would probably have agreed to everything. So, the one-on-ones are bad and communication is bad. Same as anticipation. Reflexes, anticipation, and concentration. His reflexes are wonderful. His concentration is good enough. His anticipation is the worst stat in the entire attribute sample. With the exception of throwing, which I don't care about at this point. Positioning, communication, and decisions. His decisions are good. Positioning and communications are both bad, so I guess that's a good idea. His composure is horrible. His handling is wonderful for our level, and his technique is... Where is his technique? It's horrible. That said, he's not a sweeper, so I don't care about his technique that much. I guess we will go with tactical at this point. So hopefully we can improve his communication and the positioning. And the anticipation we will just have to deal with. So, him being slow in the head, I guess that's a thing. Sorry, Paul. Alex McDowell needs to go. But for now, this is okay. And he trains well. Elena trains well too. I guess we will keep him on the bench. Maybe. Wild trains well. We will not play him in this role anytime soon. Long throws though, that's rubbish. So let's go with defensive positioning here. His throws will never be any good. If we can improve these two in the defensive positioning at least a little bit, that would be great. Sam Jones, due to the match experience, actually trains well at this point. I do not think he will develop much though. And the defensive no. Okay. Apparently we overpraised him. Is he controversed? Level-headed. I don't know, maybe he has a decent controversy to himself. Felstead. The defensive positioning training feels okay. He can improve there. We might also go with decisions and composure, but the positioning is really bad. So I don't like that. Strength isn't great either. There's a few holes here in the attribute sample. That said, he trained well. So we'll tell him. And then we're getting in the areas where I'm not so convinced. With the training rating, that is. So the role he trains for is okay. This though, Not great. How old is he? 19 though. So I guess that's fine. By the way, we could use a mentoring group that dives into tackles for the defensive midfielders. We'll see. There's nothing to do here, I guess. Brotherton, I think, is an option, tactically speaking. And that training might be okay. He's not a great inverted winger though. He never will be. Crossing is not good and so on and so forth. Ryan Gibson, we talked about this. I think this is fine as an instruction for him. Even though I want him to finish, first of all, I need him to get into the situations to finish. So this is why anticipation and decisions are more important right now. Given Trainer had time on the pitch, he will be rested this game. And I think the passing is important, so that's okay for me to train him on. Gary Bryan, yeah, I think that's okay for playmaker. That said, he's more on the pitch for his set pieces at this point. Then there's a few other players here. Let's see. All of these are more or less fine from the training perspective. I do not like this. And we talked about this at the start of the stream. I think fullback on support is just bug standard. If you have players that have very good attributes overall, you can have fullback on support and then cope with whatever weaknesses they have. If you have players with lots of weaknesses, there's no use in training them to be fullbacks on support, just to instruct them in the end individually to be fullbacks on defend. Because this is nothing but a sample. No. It is nothing but a preset sample of instructions that basically tell them not to do shit they do not know how to do. So I'd rather have them in a better capability with the marking and positioning and not waste time training dribbling. I don't care if dribbling goes up to 5 for him. It doesn't matter. He will not dribble if I can help it. So that's the reasoning here. And technique and crossing are bad. We might as well train him on marking and positioning though. I don't know. He's 32 though, so forget about it. Doesn't matter. With him, this is about marking. He's 17. He might go down to the second team though, to the U19. He's younger, and we have a great new player there. In fact, let's have a look at him. Where is he? That's him. His composure is a bit off, and his passing is a bit off, but I think he needs to play. He's one of the bell players of the team now. And there's a squad number open, so there's that. There's a decision to be made here, and I'm just delaying it. Assuming we play him as a as a wingback. No, whatever. As a defender. Let's go towards. I should have opened his profile immediately. Assuming we play him as a fullback. No crossing whatsoever. Marking and positioning are way off. His tackling is bad. Some of the mentals aren't great, so this is no good. We should utilize his pace somewhat and his acceleration. That will not happen. His first touch and passing are decent, so I guess he can be a passing station, right? What kind of role would he fit in central midfield? For a deep-lying playmaker, he doesn't have balance. And again, the composure, also all of this. Advanced playmaker is the same, even though it's a bit better. I do not like this at all. Is there something I'm overlooking right now? Is there a role for him in central midfield that might be okay? He doesn't have great work rate in teamwork either. You know what? Forget about this. Stuff's done. Get rid of him. I delayed this for too long. He barely ever plays. But I guess we can keep him around. Shay Kirk doesn't train well. He's the third ball-winning midfielder in our sample. We will do this. I will keep him just to be part of a mentoring group. So, now I just need to learn the names. They are all in different mentoring groups, are they? Well, Moody is for sure. So, Moody goes down here. Where's Kirk? Kirk is an influential player. Why? I guess he goes down here. Okay. He will lose that status sooner or later. Yeah, that mentoring group might not be that great of an idea. These are all other players. Owen will be gone. And Harry Martin is just fine, so I guess this group needs to go. Where's Martin? Here. Alright. Now, Shay Kirk influences the two ball-winning midfielders. We should probably reduce his playing time. He's considered a regular starter. Let's try to reduce this immediately. No money for you. Low amounts of... He will not play anyway. Who cares? Low amounts of money for you. So... that should drop him in hierarchy. Sooner or later. Where is he? He's slowly becoming more influential over time. Fantastic. Yeah, that should drop him in hierarchy pretty soon. And so now we got rid of 2 or 3 players, right? Immediately. Maybe that was a bit a fast of a decision, but dynamics dropped so much. This is wonderful, by the way. This is fantastic. This is what I played the game for. He's been released. And he's a last resort signing, apparently, due to the... Oh. Ha! Well. That's certainly... There's a slight discrepancy between these two, right? So there's something. Okay, let's go to the match. And given that pre-roll ads have been on for like an hour, I need you to suffer through this for a second. We will go through to the match immediately. But first of all, I will take a tour for a minute, give a kiss to my girlfriend, come back, and reduce the pre-roll ads. So I'll be back. Ah! I'm too late. I specifically went with a shorter ad break. I'm experimenting with this. Because, you know, it will get me really freaking rich to stream on Twitch. Which rhymed, so I guess it must be true. Yeah. Poor Talbot. Last time out we lost due to giving away too many fouls, conceding a free kick, I think, and I think we conceded one on the counter. At least the last one. I'm not sure about the second one. Might want to look at that once more. That said, with this tactic we're going for more direct football and scoring on the counter ourselves. And they play a gegenpress style, so I guess that's something. We might want to pass into space. Depends a bit on how they're set up and so on. But with the players on the pitch, I don't think we need to change that much. We will play Clwyd. Maybe he makes an impact. Who knows? And he's not accomplished yet in his position as a left winger. But I think he will be... What's the next level? Competent? This is unconvincing. The next level is, I think, is competent. Or something along... whatever. Basically on the next level we can play him more or less. So let's push him over the edge. For the next level there. Of positional awareness, I guess. He doesn't have great familiarity with that role though. Who cares? We'll just do it. Losing is part of the fun. For next match only, let's have a look at the position instructions. So, what do we know of these guys? And let's not overdo it. We overdid it last time out. He has a weak foot. Great. That's what we know. Let's look at these. He's a acceptable finisher. He's weak. He has low bravery. And he has decent dribbling. So, but his off-the-ball movement is really great. He likes to try to beat offside trap. And he knocks the ball past the opponent. Which means, given his dribbling, it's a bit of a dangerous situation. So I guess we will go elbow to the face anyway. Because we do not have the hard tackling anymore. And if we gave away free kicks, that's still preferable, I guess, to letting him shoot. I don't want him to shoot. We don't know about Terry Cobb other than he scored last time out. And we still don't... well, he has decent technique. I guess closing down would be an idea. Also, with that off-the-ball movement, tight marking maybe. Our new right defender is there. Let's just leave it empty. We're not sure. He has a weak left foot. So Rhys Rollins should be shown onto the left. He has bad off-the-ball movement. Decent jumping. But he specifically needs to be marked. We have a defensive midfielder on the pitch. With 4 points of strength, hopefully he's able to cope with it. In fact, let's see. He has jumping reach 9 and strength 4. Martin, please tell me you can do this. For this guy. Jumping reach 12 and strength 7. Sure, his bravery is 5. So there's still a bit of a problem there. Well, his bravery is 3 to 6, so I guess that's a... yeah. Really low. He doesn't have great off-the-ball movement, and his jumping reach and strength are off too. Also, he's a bad dribbler. So we can tackle him hard. Finishing might be okay though. I don't know. It's a striker apparently. And then there's Walsh and Wilson. Walsh has really great passing. We know about that. And Wilson has really great passing too. Both of these shouldn't play passes if we can help it. Last time out we tried to Man marked them. That didn't work very well. So we will not do that this time. Even though it feels really dangerous. So the players can do whatever they want towards these two. I guess that's not a good idea though, right? Who is there? How's your aggression and stamina? Aggression and tackling are okay. Here's not so much. We'll try to close them down at least. Say we trigger the press on them and try to win the ball from them. How is their dribbling? And technique. So his dribbling is really bad. As far as we can tell. Same as his. So maybe we can intercept the pass, the ball there, between their feet, that is. Alright. Let's do this. Sure, we need a squad number for somebody. Apparently, some squad numbers are available right now. So we will do that. This is good. He's pleased to have been picked, yeah, I guess, for a debut. I probably should have had a look at team selection, but it is what it is. We will play like this now. Hopefully, we will not need Rooney. But he's not on the bench, is he? No, Brotherton is on the bench again. Okay, I wouldn't have done that if I had looked at it. That said, we owe them. Revenge is on the cards. Take out your swords and slay them. And this is an away game, so we will just encourage them. I will not increase the pressure. Given how, you know, well, it's all over the place, their reactions. I probably should have gone with expecting more with Clwyd, for example. On the other hand, he makes a comeback right now, so not sure. Defensive football, well, it isn't. I think it's on counter right now. Cross from deep immediately. And that's a bad pass. Co-op. Walsh. And I guess he was closed down. Brian with the free kick. That would have been a start into the game. Didn't happen though. Martin. Well defended this time. Cop. Walsh. Orford. Hughes. Wilson. Let's have a look at the central defenders for a second. I just want to know if we missed something there. No, he is passing 1-2. He is passing 1. 1. Lointon. Oh, this is down here. Yeah, Hughes and Lointon are the central defenders. Their passing is atrocious. Same as his. Okay. Statistically speaking, for them to pass is not a dangerous thing. Or it shouldn't be, right? Interesting idea by Tumulty. Will we close him down, please? Go again. And across. Okay, let's have a look at that too. His crossing is 4-6. And Orford's I wanted to look at. His crossing is 2. I'm willing to guess that they shouldn't be a threat. We will probably concede one after they crossed it. Wilson. Orford. Wilson again. There. Straight into the man. Burn. What the hell? And how are they pace-wise? Sorry for interrupting play all day here. He's moderately slow. He's slow. He has some pace to him. Yeah, to himself. And he has some pace too. So... how is that matchup? Callaghan and Hughes are the ones that are faced with Clwyd. Yeah, I guess that's just the way it is to be even. Well done by Jones. Burn. Felstead, that was close by the way. McDowell. We have a ball from deep towards Clwyd, who doesn't run towards the ball. But the crossing from deep is not that bad of a choice, maybe. Cop. What a long shot. He has. Yeah, his long shots aren't that bad. Do we close him down? Do we close him? Apparently the mentality is no, we do not. So I guess we need to trigger the press on him. I do not want these long shots to go off all the time. McDowell. Jones. And there's a ball from deep towards Gibson. Not a bad choice. Gibson. Oh. Cop with the tackle. Clwyd. Not a good dribble either. And that's a good header by Jones. Gibson. Interesting idea, but probably offside. Yes, it is. Let's encourage them once more. This is an away game after all. It doesn't look like it worked that well this time out. Fails that Yates doesn't manage to challenge for that ball. Wilson. Callaghan. Cross from deep. Felstead with a very interesting idea on how to clear the ball. Warford. Walsh. He gets closed down at least. And that shouldn't be a problem to defend. So, wow. Why that? That should be offside. It is. Okay. So, for the defensive line, just over. We got lucky. We gave away yet another free kick there. But for the defensive line to pass the ball, shouldn't be that dangerous. They can do their passing. That was close. We give away way too many chances. And he distributes the ball towards the wings, does he? Yeah. Can we do this in a different manner? We can try to go for the target forward. Our target forward might be able to outrun one of these, even though he might not win the duel. But strength-wise, he stands a chance. That's okay. As far as defending goes. Martin. So far so good. We only need one goal. Really. Tumulty. Nice pass towards Gibson. Gibson with the cross towards Clwyd. That's a corner. And Clwyd was in the penalty area, so I guess that makes it Well, he's a half striker, seen from that perspective, right? Also, he has jumping reach 9 and a really good heading. Burn. Picked up by Martin. I think we can try to... So, I guess firing up might be a thing. Let's try to fire them up. Because one seems to be motivated, the rest seems to be composed or calm. I want him to. That didn't go well. They are overwhelmed by the feedback and pressured. Callaghan. I was hoping for a positive reaction. Next time I will demand more. Jones, Burn. Jones again. Felstead, Burn. Can you finally pick a pass that doesn't include a central defender, please? Felstead with a dribble. Okay. I guess it was interesting until right now. Now it looks a bit concerning. Can you close him down? Nope, apparently you can't. Where's the fullback? This is our new guy. Doesn't manage to avoid the shot, but the shot was off. And we closed him down. This was Kopp, if I'm not mistaken. Clwyd on a yellow, by the way. So we tell him to ease off tackles. Felstead. Ball from deep, not offside if I'm not mistaken. Clwyd. Oh, come on. Seriously? Who? Clwyd? We don't even get a replay. I think the referee got that wrong. I do not agree with this. Not at all. Apparently we can shout whilst there is half fun. I wasn't aware. So in the end I feel that this is not good enough. Let's tell them. He's motivated already. Harry Martin isn't. That worked. Tumulty is spirited. Spirited should come with some resistance to pressure. So we will increase this. Yates is balanced and media friendly. I don't know about him. And Clwyd was unflappable, was he? He's unflappable. Given his unflappableness, I guess we can tell him to do more too. That's the way to do it. We should probably have a look at their personalities more often. Coleman is fairly pro and media friendly, so we know not much about him. Martin we dealt with. Felstead isn't that resistant to pressure, so I think I will encourage him instead. Doesn't have an effect. Jones, I'm not aware. I need to see this. Level-headed. So decent loyalty and professionalism, but not necessarily resistance to pressure. This doesn't affect the comments here. I think I will go with it like this. I need to learn this. The personalities in the squad, and this should be something that I should have done 10 years ago. Not 10 years ago in game. 10 years ago as a player or Football Manager. I should have learned this 10 years ago. To adapt individual feedback to the personalities of the players and to the circumstances of the pitch. This is something that's it requires... How do I put this? Let me look this up. Well, English says instinct. In Germany, we have this nice word for this. Fingerspitzengefühl. So this means... Oh, nice ball towards Gibson, by the way. Gibson towards Byrne. Takes the shot. Oh, that could have been a second yellow. Cross from deep. Clwyd. Tumulty again. Tumulty. Nothing. Yeah. Fingerspitzengefühl is for, you know, the feeling in at the top of your fingers. So apparently this is translated as instinct. Byrne. Is it offside? It is not. Gibson. Tumulty, will he cross? Come on, Tumult. Close. We will encourage him now. Because apparently that worked in the first half. So, my argument right now is it's 0-0. Doesn't matter what expected goals looks like, it's better than last time out. Even though we don't stand a chance to score up until now. Oh. Gibson didn't manage to control it. McDowell. Feldstedt. Coleman. And that's a kick. Towards Yates. Walsh. That's a ball from deep. Oh. Whoa. He won it back. Whew. And that should be offside. In case he goes there, that is. He doesn't though. McDowell. Can we finally clear this ball? Yep, we can. Not a ball for Yates this time. That's not a bad ball from deep. It's highly unlikely to happen. Please don't give away a penalty. Here's Walsh. Whew. We have other men on the bench. Let's see. What's happening? Let's have a look at the tablet first. So... there was one side that was really slow. This is the side of Hughes. Oh. Or Hughes? I don't know. So it's Ethan's side. He's not that fast. He's not that good of a tackler. This is our right side. So we might focus play down the right. Because Tumulty should be faster. The thing is, Tumulty doesn't need to be substituted. So I guess we can try, can do that anyway. Focus play down the right. Do not necessarily overlap there. Doesn't matter much. On the left, on the other hand, well, who knows? I do not want to pass into space necessarily. So we can do this. Who's James? We do not have a James in the squad anymore, do we? McDowell is very focused, that's okay. The rest of them are doing fine. Problem is Jones is tired already. So somebody needs to come on and replace him at some point. And Byrne doesn't have a great game. I will also keep Clwyd on the pitch. No, I will not do any substitutes now. Wilson. Oh, I think it managed to hit the crossbar. 70. Okay. So at this point I think I want to substitute Jones just because he's tired. That might not go down well though. Moody doesn't have great strength, but I guess he needs to play. Martin is better. Martin is tired though, but we can't just switch them, right? Moody will mark the specific player, Martin will be here. I guess that should work. It could at least. What else? I'm happy with Flynn Murray. No reason to bring Robertson. I'm happy with McDowell, at least for today. No reason to bring Wiles on. Kelly is a replacement for a playmaker type, and Byrne doesn't do well, so I guess Kelly can have some match time. I'm not so sure if he will change much though. He might interpret things a little differently from time to time. And Tumulty, whilst not making a great impact so far, I feel as one of these players that can always go for a run. Then he'll be fine. And then we've got the Yates issue. I guess I want Yates on the pitch for the penalties. The alternative would be to bring Elena. Not sure if that's a good idea. Or Ford Rollins. Callaghan. That shouldn't be a great pass, and it isn't. No, Feldstedt is exhausted. Yeah, this is a core issue of our central defenders. Coleman with a long ball towards Yates. Wins the header. Gibson. Nice pass towards Tumulty. Yates. Yes! Apparently we learned something last time out. Don't tell me this was lucky. This is all skill. It's all skill. We planned for this. it was damn lucky to be deflected that way. Yay! Martin, Feldstedt, McDowell. McDowell with the cross towards Gibson, not a good idea. Can you please close him down? No, Tumulty goes for the foul. Cobb runs past him, and Flynn Murray defends. We're one goal in front. I will praise them now. Apparently that's not well received. Feldstedt. Well, right. Our free kick taker is off the pitch. Or forward. Darnell. Cross from deep. Come on, Tumulty. Run, run. No, not a bad choice. Walsh, Thompson. Whew. They're getting there. Feldstedt with a free kick now. Oh, Tumulty all on his own. Tumulty. It's a penalty. Fantastic. Give me a second. Yates or Clwyd? Who's the better penalty taker? It should be Clwyd, right? Yes, it is. Clwyd with the penalty. He's back on the pitch and he can immediately make an impact. Come on, man. Rock solid. Just passed it in the corner of the net. That's it. We win the cup game. Well, that is if we can hold on for 5 minutes. I'm really excited. I didn't expect this to go this way. I guess there was some luck to it. Yeah, well, I guess it's time for praises. And Yates can come off. We don't need him anymore. I do not want him to be injured. So, no. Definitely not. We will stick to the target forward. Anyone else that's really tired? Sure. Some players are. I don't want to play Roberts as a central defender. Oh yeah, but we can do it. We can do it this way. So Flynn Murray will be central defender for the last 4 minutes. And Elena can be on the pitch for another 4 minutes plus stoppage time. Shouldn't be a problem, that's okay. Walsh, cross from deep. Use. And that's offside. Fantastic. James. What a free kick. Gibson doesn't manage to win this one. Kelly? Callaghan. Feldstedt. Offside. By the way, did I mention that time wasting is really one of my favorite instructions in Football Manager, at least in these circumstances? Because I don't want to score a third on the counter. I don't care. Just waste time. Also, could you please slow the pace down here? I guess that should do. Flynn Murray. Okay. Great. 2 minutes to go. Fingers crossed. Apparently, 2 minutes are over pretty fast. Oh. That looked a bit dangerous. And that should be the game. Or forward. Last ditch cross. Clwyd. Gibson. I guess that's time wasting in a nutshell, yes. He could have ran with the ball. Decided to go with a long kick though. Lointon. Not a problem. Tumulty loses the duel. Cobb. Well done. Clwyd. That's it. That's the game. 0-2. Is this deserved? Critique, please. I guess we stuck to what we know, right? We just had to make a change. You think it's deserved? Looking at these expected goals, I think it will be, it will bring, how do I put this, the tears to football fans. Especially to the neutral ones. That said, it worked. So I guess that's okay. We will have a look at the goals, will we? Well, if we can. First of all, we will praise the players. Great win. Everybody is positively chuffed and probably motivated. So, given that the mood in the dressing room hasn't been that great recently, I think I will not touch this anymore. Thank you very much. I certainly appreciate it. So I guess I will take this as at least halfway as a compliment, given that we've switched instructions, right? From the positive attitude to this style. And it might be that this fits us a little bit more at least, because we're really limited skill-wise. So even though this might not go down well throughout the remainder of the season, against opponents like these, if we want to stand a chance, we probably need to score on the counter a bit more. Or just be dirty with it. But the other half obviously belongs to the players. And part of the story is Clwyd. And I'm happy to see this. I seriously am. Well, that's probably because we switched tactics, yes. By the way, we receive 5 whopping K. That's good. Now we just need to find a player that we can spend it on. Match rating 7.36. Yes, for a defender, I'm delighted. That's great. He wants Harry Martin. Well, I can tell you for sure that I do not want to sell him. But the problem is there's no selling there. Probably not. We could use a decent Metzala, but it's not him. Yes, yes. It's as plain as the nose on my face. Okay. And Simon Cook denies scouting Mr. Martin. Well, I'm so happy. So this puts us in the competition. This puts us at 65%. So that makes up for the Nathaniel MG Cup, whatever that is. That said, now we need to do the same in the league. Or at least similar stuff in the league. And to me this includes basically a point each game. But he's unregistered. Provided he's registered in time. Squad registration. Can we just register him? Where is he? There he is. Oh. we cannot register him because, well, the squad is not big enough, the registered one. So we need to adapt this. Who will we go with? We need an additional player. We might need to register under 21-year-old. Yeah, I guess that's it. So we will just register Coleman. Oh. This might not work though. We need a minimum of 4 players trained by Taffs Well for 3 years before... Oh god. There wasn't. Moody? Definitely not. Shay Kirk is. Shay Kirk was at least. Michael Kelly wasn't. Brotherton might have been. That's it. That counts. Tamil T. Rooney. Yates. Yep, that's it. So I guess we need homegrown players. Or we need to keep the rest. Because we need homegrown players for squad registration. Otherwise, we would need to have an empty bench spot, I think. Yeah, whatever. Let's not find out. But I think in other circumstances, one bench spot would be empty. And with him, we'll put him to the U19. No, we could use another... I don't know. So, in Gibson's case, last time out he wasn't that bad, right? He made some darting runs. I think he's getting the hang of it. That said, he's got a long way to go. Okay. Athletic. Well, there's a joke to be made about Undie and undies, I guess, but I don't know how to do this. Colin Bay rely on penalties, whatever. And the fourth round is drawn today. Do we have any particular perspective on that? They want us to draw Newtown. I seriously don't care. Or there's some teams in this. Whatever. Seriously, whatever. How's finance? It went up. There's not that many teams in the competition anymore. Interesting. So we'll have an automatic draw here. Okay, not us. Cardiff. Connors Quay. Still not us. Okay. That's not us either. So I guess we will play Newtown. We will play Newtown. Yeah. We will play Newtown in the cup. Yeah. I thought so. They are on amateur contracts or on part-time contracts. Interesting. We will need to wait and see. Tactics-wise, this is... Wow, I've never seen this tactic. Good to have this though. So, I guess this might bring some money. No, we play at their ground, do we? Yeah. Still, I think to be in this competition at this point in time is basically just a bonus. And we might have some way. We do not have a way to go. We have 2 games. Well, at least we play them on a Saturday, so we do not have to arrange a friendly here. This is great. There's a gap just for the cup game. So this is the way it is intended to be. And otherwise we would need to do a friendly here, and I do not want to do friendlies. So I guess this pays for the friendly. This is great. We will just see this as a bonus. And whoever wins gets money, and whoever loses might get some money too. That's fine. And if we go another round in the cup, I think the cup competition is not that great, monetarily speaking. Is it? Yeah. 4.8k for the one that loses, 9.5 for the one that wins. Let's just see. The final is a whopping 19k. So I guess that's a lot of money for us. On the other hand, we have a lot of money in the bank and we don't know what to spend it on. Well, I would know. But I guess the chairman doesn't want us to. Alright. This was exciting, at least to me. I want to move on, but first of all I need to do a bathroom break. Because, you know, before there's an accident. So I'll be back in a minute or two. We won! So I guess this is a colorful celebration going forward. I guess it's in the club colors anyway. I need a yellow shirt. Please don't order me a yellow shirt. I do not want a yellow shirt. Whatever. We win. So now we just have to get the spot in the league that we need, which means we need another 30 points. Or, to rephrase that, we need another 10 wins in here. That's a lot. It's 24 games to go, if I'm not mistaken. I might have counted the cup game though. Not sure. So, but with 24 games to go, to get 30 points, that's not impossible. Most likely 1 point on average will suffice. No, a bit more will probably be good. Okay, so if that's the intent, we need to shut up shop. And given that this worked this game, it might not work going forward, but why not try, right? Against Andy, we face 4-2-3-1. We did well last time out, so maybe we stand a chance there too. He plays control possession style, which he can. That's okay. Last time out it was gegenpress. So, from a defensive perspective, that shouldn't make much of a difference. Obviously, we need to have a look at the players. Yeah, not like this though. Is there anything in particular that's concerning here? It's king these days, I think. That's interesting. Well, at least to me it was. He's got a decent age though. An 18-year-old. Also, he's really slow. So, I don't know. Where does he come from? Wrexham. Okay. Yeah, but my first guess here is we don't have enough information. This is no good. We need a team report and we need it ASAP. And we need it by someone that has decent scouting abilities, so none of our scouts basically. How's our stuff here? This is a recruitment team. Yeah, sure. So he has a whopping 4 points, also the purple hair, which is fantastic. So they will recognize him once he shows up. And he has 4 points too. His adaptability is 11, not that it matters. They're both Welsh. So I guess we sent Joshua Jones. So what's guarding on the athletic? And hopefully we can get some points in their attribute levels. Then we'll see what we do about things. If only we could spend that money for something useful. Like, you know, player contracts for them to be kept here. But we just can't do that right now. It's really annoying. Dear board, would you be willing to spend the money on something? Please. I do not want to improve training in youth facilities though. I guess there's a case to be made for youth facilities and youth recruitment in general. Junior coaching, that is. So, given that we need homegrown players all the time. There's a takeover. We can still increase the junior coaching budget, can we? There's a long-term perspective, obviously. And we will also improve the youth recruitment. I want this to be done. These will not work. And we do not know of scouts that do offer any knowledge that we need. So, given my excitement right now, I want to do what's really uncomfortable, because, you know, this always goes down well on the internet. Do any of you have feedback that is with some sort of critique on tactics level? Obviously, not I guess on a personal level is okay too, but it doesn't serve much purpose. But in case you have some thoughts, would you be willing to share those? So just to reflect on matters, I guess, if there are any. And I'm specifically asking for feedback that deviates from, you know, from what went down well. That's always welcome too, obviously. So I'm very thankful of Sharon Mullet's feedback. But I'm specifically asking this time out for something that was down to luck or whatever. Something that you do not agree with, maybe. So I don't know. I'm not promising to change things, just to get a different perspective, in case anyone has got a different opinion. None? That's not that much. I guess we can give feedback to the team. I just thought of things, but I reconsidered. No, I'll do it. Just for fun. I'll do it. Did anybody hear what I just said? Did you? No?
Hey, listen.
It's funny that you can do stuff like this now. So, I guess at least it's funny to me. Mr. Kick Grenade is still available. Well, the player is. He's here. He rotted in the stands though. I think going forward he might make an appearance from time to time. He's got really great acceleration and pace. And his flair is okay. That said, coming to the conclusion, I think, that, well, the other guy is just better. That's not to say that Mr. K. Grenade cannot play from time to time. But, you know, he's not getting younger. And for the time being, there's no use complaining about Tumulty. Not yet anyway. He will have bad days. But for the last two games, he had an assist both times. So I'm not complaining, right? Yeah, and if this is intended as criticism, I guess. So one point that I would argue is acceptable as criticism is team selection. We didn't use Brotherton. We didn't need Brotherton, and he didn't train that well. So I guess we can, for example, put Mr. K. Grenade back on the bench. So that's an error on my behalf. That was clear from the start, though. Was it? What? No. Give me a summary to inbox, please. I cannot stand these meetings. There should be an option to put that off. Is there? I just don't want these meetings. Give me the summary every single time. In previous installments of Football Manager, you always got the summary and it was just fine. Probably some designers worked on these meetings for years. None? Seriously? We have all the money. We already have a lot of youth players. Yet it's probably because I brought them in, man. Huh. So youth recruitment will be improved from limited to basic. I don't know what that means. Can anyone explain? I guess your youth recruitment, I think, reflects the connections in the game. You know, with affiliates and so on. So I guess this means our network of for the youth intake gets bigger, so that we have a better chance to get better youth intake. Is that how it works? Maybe. Well. That's good. So we passed this, we were pleased here. I guess this counts as passed once we go out. Grown the reputation is a thing that will be available at the end of the season. Wage budget is not a problem at all. Not right now anyway. And avoiding relegation from the league is a big thing now. We need to avoid relegation. Under any and all circumstances. That's it. How do we do that? And can Clwyd finally come off his high horse? That'd be great. Okay. We need to repeat this performance. We will set this as a primarily trained tactic. Byrne doesn't do that well, despite his quite decent attributes. And at this point, I think it's fine to criticize his form. 6.56. We'll criticize his form. No, we will not. I want to look into this. He didn't create that many chances. And now the option is gone. Great. Does it reappear? Please tell me it reappears. There's a cup game, I don't care. It's not like we will play the cup final, right? Well, it's unlikely that we do. Did we just get rid of that option for the remainder of the week? No, we didn't. Here we go. So, sir, you didn't create that many chances. This. Right. No assists. My performances will definitely improve. Well, they can't get much worse, will they? With this stuff, let's look at the aggregate. This is so fantastic. I don't know why this has not been fixed yet. This has been in the game since the start. It's wonderful, and I think it can be reset. Well, there was an option to reset it. I think sometimes it works. Well, whatever. So the passing style is the biggest problem, right? Alright, let's do this. So, given that the passing style is the biggest problem, we will not do anything about this. Next we got, though, this does not see specifically improvements in passing style. This, though, does. Could be an idea, yeah. Because Elina might not be needed in the next match. Sure. It depends a bit on training, though, right? Well... maybe I'll keep him, put him on the in the stands, and bring Rooney with us, cause Rooney is also a runner. Also really bad in training. I guess he needs time on the pitch, yes. But did he train well? No, he didn't. We'll see. Let's wait for the training. But the thing is, we need a striker on a bench, I feel. I don't want to rely on Rooney as a striker. There's also a reasonable argument to be made for Trainer on the bench, just because he can play all three positions, even though he's a really bad striker and not a good winger either. We'll just look at it once more. Once we are there. I'm also not happy with the fact that we have a defensive midfielder as a replacement for central defense. There's some things that I don't like about this stuff. Bench doesn't feel comfortable, if that makes sense. So there's something to be had there. And the problem with Elina is he doesn't cover that much. Oh noes. That said, Rooney needs time on the pitch, yes. Just for us to determine if he can remain with the club, if you want to put it that way. Because, how old is he? Is he one of those 17-year-olds? Yeah. In that kind of situation where you want a pressing forward and he will just run with the ball anyway, right? I guess that's a way to do it, sure. And he's accomplished. So, in these situations, we would probably play him as a pressing forward. Just for his pace, basically. And for the additional man on the pitch. And, you know, once they are tired, he might be lucky. Right? So, that's an option. As a winger, though, he's okay too. He will probably play here more often than here. It's funny, now all wingers in a way can try to adapt to being an inside forward or whatever over there. Probably not inside forward, probably still inverted winger in most cases. That said, I like this setup, but this feels familiar, if that makes sense. The problem with Clwyd is he's very focused on scoring, which is good, in a certain way. This is not Clwyd specific though, this is inside forward specific, right? Inside forwards don't contribute much to build up play. They feel like half strikers, if that makes sense. It's their job to go for a goal after all, especially on attack duty. Inside forward always reminds me of Arjen Robben. Arjen Robben wasn't an inside forward on attack duty though, for most of his career I feel, because he had such a wonderful long shot towards the long post. And I'm not that big of a fan of his, but that long shot was outstanding. Basically his prime move. So, is there anything to tell here? Well, this aggregate stuff is always dangerous to overly rely on. This though is not a striker that I would like in my team. That said, this guy is on a non-contract. He's 21 years old. He's not that fast though. And runs... Nah, I don't know. I don't want to trade. I like the personality though. Personality is good. Personality and media handling are really good. Yeah, that's a good guy. He's a bit slow. But technically, he is dangerous. And we're talking number 4 in the league, right? So we expect him to be dangerous. Really fast. Off the ball movement is okay for this level. Good dribbling, good first touch. No good jumping reach and strength. Well, it's an obvious case for elbow to the face. The problem is he's also brave. Dribbling and first touch and technique are too good. We might give away a lot of fouls. The best thing about this guy is his personality. For us. Because he's a casual, so we might stand a chance that he's complacent. Griff is really fast. Technicals are no good. Off the ball movement is no good. Decent jumping reach though, and he shoots from distance with long shots free. So I think this is a case for let him play and close him down. Right? Dribbling is 6. We can go in hard on this guy. In fact, I want him to play down his lane. Maybe that's overdoing it. But... and he can do the unexpected. Also, he works hard. But still, I expect him to work hard and be absolutely incapable of doing anything useful. With a passing of 5, vision of 3, the flair is the best. He will do unexpected things that will not result in good I guess, scenes. I guess that's what I expect. So, we want them to play down this player, right? And we have somebody with decent tackling here that is really bad at marking. So that fits this just nicely. Because the bad marking can be... we can tell our own player not to man mark him, or to man mark him specifically, but not to mark him tightly in any circumstances. It's no good anyway, he's too fast. But to close him down once he picks up the ball. And he should be nervous about being closed down. So we want the ball to be planed down here, which means that we need to deny them here. If we can. Yeah. It's unfair to single out players like this. But I guess it's part of it. Part of the sport. And obviously we need to look into this in a bit more detail. Hopefully we can get a second result, like the last one. That would be wonderful. 3 points would see us shoot up the league, to the middle of the league. But let's not get ahead of ourselves. It would though. Whatever. Okay. Yeah, they lost the last match, did they? They played against Newton. Well, but they lost to Seven Sisters. How dare you lose to Seven Sisters? They are our direct opponent right now. Mr. Mustafa Mohamed is apparently a very good central defender. Not that many clearances though, but this might just be a reflection of their tactic. This Griffiths guy... Defending for forwards, okay. Yeah, and good goalkeeping. They've been to the first team. There's a reason why they are down there. Seriously, man. Seriously? What the fuck? That's a problem that Aaron McIver had from the start. He's 17 years old and he doesn't train well. And I don't know why, by the way. He's a spirited guy, he's unflappable, so I guess his professionalism can still be way down. You know, 5 or 6. And in that case, he needs to change his personality. Jenkins, on the other hand, is a professional player. And there's no reason for him not to develop. We'll put him on off the ball movement. I think that's more important to him. Forget about the physicals, it doesn't matter anyway. Either he can improve off the ball movement and anticipation, or he doesn't stand a chance in this squad. And then, this is rubbish, doesn't help us. Nobody wants to take the club. I would buy it. If you gave me the 140k in the bank. I'll just buy the club. It can't be worth that much. Feels like the entire money of this club is uninvested. They lost the last 2 games. We got a pile on the misery. I think it's going to be a very tough game, yes. Not him specifically, but sure. That's all. Wonderful. This is why he called. Well, or maybe we even assembled for 2 questions. Alright. James Townsend needs a coaching course. I do not necessarily disagree, but I think we need him at training right now. I'd rather do this in the break. And who knows if he will be available next season. Look at Massaro. Sure, he doesn't play, but there's no excuses for that training level. Neither with him though. We will still play him. And Shay Kirk, I do not see make an appearance anytime soon. Yes, I want to comment on this, but if I overdo it, they will just be wary of it. So I guess we will leave it this week. Even though this is an important game. Elena is wanted. Well, we might lose him. And then I will seriously miss his training performances. Because these are really, really great. For no reason whatsoever. I have no idea why he trains so well. This, by the way, this is the new normal. Taking fewer risks. No. Let's take risky passes here, that's okay. We'll see. His technique is okay, the passing isn't that great, vision has improved, his flair is okay. How's Elena's? Where are you? Well, Elena's passing is horrible, his flair isn't that great either. His technique isn't that great either. That said, he might stand a chance in defending the ball, so I guess there's that. No, we'll see. Let's leave it at a low level of tactical instructions and we can add them on. In case we witness that some things really don't work. Sometimes we're overdoing it with, small scale stuff. We still need a title for this episode, by the way. So, in case you want to be creative, be my guest, because after nearly 100 episodes of Streaming Football Manager, creativity is at a low point. So, I don't know, be creative. In case you want to. I might as well call this episode insert creative title here, but that wouldn't be a good reflection of whatever will happen now. Not a bad choice, yes. True. That would be, actually, that sounds like a good idea, yeah. Could be. I will keep that in mind. I shouldn't keep that in mind. My mind's like a Swiss cheese. Yeah. He's not being bad. This is it's just natural competition. Squat trimming isn't bad either. The problem is squat trimming is something that we did so many times. There's probably 5 of those within the 80 or 90 episodes. Also, I do not necessarily agree on the fact that Mr. Cake Grenade got benched for being old. I think we benched him for not performing well. That, though, might have to do with our tactical instructions. To overly rely on a passing game, and it's just not one of his strengths, right? So maybe we shouldn't do that. He should run with the ball, not try to play a short passing game and so on. It's not what he's good at. So this is on us, to a degree. But now we want to play Rooney. And there's no reason after 2 assists. That's a rather decent title, but it's a bit long. I will consider this seriously, and it's much appreciated that you contribute here, because I'm totally honest here. It's really annoying to find titles for the episodes later on, because in the end you also forget what happened, right? If you do those titles like 2 days later, you might be 1.5 streams in the future, so you don't know anymore what happened in that episode, so you gotta do this immediately. So yeah, I guess this is a very big thank you for creative ideas. Yeah, we could use it as Clwyd's comeback, something like this. That's not bad of an idea. I guess it reflects on the content of the episode. Dangerous. Very dangerous. I will not do this. I'm not monetized on YouTube, but this might this might see me banned. Thank you very much. Definitely not. But I like it. I like it. So, I guess thank you both for being creative and also for making me laugh. I like that. So, thank you very much for that. I like these. Even though nobody else likes them, I can use these now. So I guess this is still a viable addition to the stream. The applause obviously was for you, not for me. Okay. Is there a reason not to play a certain player? Let's have a look. Trainer doesn't need to play, given that training performance. Brotherton had good training performances, and apparently being on the pitch removed them. Mr. K Grenade is on a 6.45, so I'm not certain that he needs to play. Shay Kirk is absurdly bad in training. Luke Thomas. An argument can be made that he should be on the bench. Gary Moody. An argument can be made that he should be on the bench too. Let's skip the bench here. We'll do this according to training performances. So I wouldn't want to rely on Thomas. Moody we had on a 7.3 rating, right? Right. So he is on the bench. Adair 6.65, that's not great. Luke Thomas 6.7, that's not great either. Jamie Roberts 6.7, that's not great, but he's an old guy. And also to leave the captain out is probably a bit overdoing it. Diaz needs to be on the bench at least. He might need to be on the pitch though. Forget it. McDowell is on the pitch. So that's these two. Robert or Thomas on the bench maybe. How's Kelly? 6.4. Seriously? I guess he didn't have that much time on the pitch. He's fickle, he should come with some ambition. Well, we need somebody in midfield. It's either Kelly or it's Brotherton, so I guess it will be Kelly. And then there's Rooney. Oh! This feels like the Puget story, right? To a degree. Okay, so it's not a debate. Ilina needs to be on the bench. Just for his training rating. In fact, for his training rating, I feel he should be on the pitch, but I don't want to do that. So, how's his tactical familiarity though? Let's give Yates another game, and if for some reason Yates stops scoring, because this was the 4th game in a row that he scored, we will take him off. That said, he scored last time out, and we should probably praise him for that. The general mood in the squad is not that positive. So Rooney had some improvement. Yeah, I'll rely on Rooney this time out. If he gets sent off with another red card, we will fire him. And then there's either center back or right back. Given that we have a right back on the pitch that can play center back, I guess we go with right back. And forget about center back. So in the end, it's the same setup. More or less. Great. Good having this talk. Alright. Oh, position instructions. We identified Mr. Griffiths as somebody that is slightly technically challenged. So we will trigger the press on him and never mark him tightly, because tight marking him, whilst looking interesting at first, might not work that well. He has decent bravery, his jumping reach is okay, and he can really outrun his marker with a pace of 12 and an acceleration of 14, so tight marking is no good. That said, his crossing, his dribbling, his passing, and his technique are so bad that we might stand a chance to tackle the ball of him. Not even with strength. Just for the hell of it. Also show him to the weaker foot. Because on his left he should be absurdly bad with passing. This guy has decent off the ball movement. That's my biggest problem with him. That said, his acceleration and pace are a bit off. I feel we can shut him down with tight marking. At least we can try. That fits well with the rest of it. I do not want to go with hard tackling here. His bravery is not that great, but dribbling and first touch are too good. I don't like this. Callum Bain, though, needs to be marked by Martin. Where is he? There he is. That should... well, maybe that resolves it. Kirk Davies is fucking fast. Also weak, but he has good bravery. My problem with him is this a case for a tight marker or is this a case for closing down? I'm not sure. So the argument can be made that tight marking him might see him run past his marker. The off the ball movement isn't that bad. He runs with the ball down the left anyway. He's a good runner. To close him down would force him to cross, which he's bad at, shoot, which he's really bad at, or pass, which he's decent at, but we can force him to go on the right foot. So I guess we will trigger the press on him and not mark him tightly. If that makes sense. So basically through the middle of the pitch we shut them down, and on the wings we press. What about Jenkins? His off the ball movement is wonderful. He's got really good acceleration, a decent finish, good dribbling. His composure is good. So, given that composure and the acceleration, the dribbling, I feel it's unlikely that if we press him, we would get the ball from him, or that he cannot find a finish. He's got the mentality to go for the finish anyway. Or a pass if he had some passing, but he's got the mentality to pull this off. So I'd rather mark him tightly. And with a strength of 4 we might stand a chance. His off the ball movement is good though. So this might be problematic. We might go with a cover duty. Depends a bit. If he outruns the central defenders, and we can see this, but it's unlikely though that this happens. We go with a defensive formation, right? So you say through balls are played, then we can have a look at this. Hopefully we will not concede with the first though. We have no idea about this guy. Other than his strength is bad. That said, his jumping reach is good. His off-the-ball movement isn't that great. His passing isn't that great. To me, this is, in particular, also with the long shots. But they might both be middle of the road. He might misplay passes. So this is triggering a press for me. With the minimum of knowledge that we have. Same as this. His composure isn't that great. But technically, with the finishing from perspective of the long shots, this is a defensive player and not one to finish. So let's trigger the press on him too. Does any of... No, we don't know about weak feet. Joshua Cummings doesn't have great passing, doesn't have great crossing. He has good acceleration and pace. I don't want to rely on a specific instruction here, I think. Bad passing. Acceleration and pace are tolerable. Findlay Coleman. Bad build-up play. He's a decent defender, but he has bad build-up play. And then there's Prince Charles. It just feels wrong, by the way, to say this out loud. And by the way, I don't care about the monarchy that much. Or about being opposed to the monarchy. So I do not have an opinion on that. Let's just put it that way. It feels weird to me to read about this stuff in the press. I just don't care. He's slow. Same as Clwyd. So I guess that's a snail's race. Fine. He has a weak foot. Same as him. Cummings not so much. So I guess we can put these two on whatever. Is any one of these really weak or really... No. So none of these is a good target to be man-marked by our striker. And then that's called Blackwell. His kicking is okay-ish, his throwing is okay-ish, his passing isn't that great. We don't want to close him down. So I guess closing down towards the defensive midfield is a thing. And afterwards we will just rely on their bad technicals. That's the concept. Is it a good one? I don't know. We will see. Seriously? Why would you be? Just outrun him. We didn't even set him on a specific duty. It's a home game. Wow. Cautious encouragement, maybe? Because I don't want to ease the pressure too much. Apparently that worked well. For some reason. Okay. League game of the day. Cummings. Come on, seriously. He gets away with a warning this time. There doesn't seem to be chances created. Jones towards Coleman. I guess that's a positive, right? Coleman with a very long ball. Oh, there's still... The instruction is still on to distribute towards the flanks. I'm not so sure if this is a good idea in these circumstances. Preston with a ball from deep. Feldstedt. Byrne doesn't win the ball. Bain. And it's a corner. If only I could encourage the team now, after doing tactical instructions. Bain with the corner. McDowell, not a problem. Charles. Prince Charles. Hits the crossbar. Well, the post anyway. That was dangerous, but I didn't expect him to score. And if he had, it would have been a free goal. So I guess we gambled it. Flynn Murray. Interesting choice. McDowell. Oh, come on. Seriously? Griffiths towards Bain. Not offside. It's in. That's bad marking. But I think Bain was one of these that was man-marked. He just outran his marker. I'm not sure what to do with this. Let's have a look at it. So Preston's here. Jenkins here, Bain here. Martin is specifically instructed to mark Bain. He does. Bain is just faster. Yeah. That's, to me this is a personal error. Or maybe a personal fault. What can you do? Oh, that's really tight. We'll try to hold. Charles, Coleman. Overall, it's not that bad, is it? Charles, and it's a corner. Let's give them some encouragement. Maybe we can score after a corner. Please tell me corner instructions are in place. Clwyd out here. Byrne. Well, Clwyd out here doesn't make much sense, does it? Not anymore, anyway. These two here in the middle. Yates, Gibson. Yeah, more or less. So I don't agree with Clwyd here. But whatever. Seriously? That's all? Byrne wins the ball. Nice penetrating pass by Byrne. Gibson. Oh, come on. Tumulty. For fuck's sake. You could have just passed it to the middle of the pitch. Yates would have slapped that one in immediately. Byrne with a cross. Probably. Byrne. Mohamed. That should be... We don't know. Clwyd is on the yellow though. Is this on... No, this is still comprehensive highlights. Byrne towards Tumulty. Let me just give Clwyd the instruction to ease off tackles, because apparently he likes to, I don't know, hit players in the heels or something. Tumulty towards Gibson. Decent pass. Gibson, and it's a corner. A corner by Byrne, apparently. Is this near post corner? Near post? No, it's a far post corner. For some reason. And Gibson doesn't even manage to defend this. Griffiths. Yeah, well, you gotta tackle him though. overall, this is not a bad game. Yes, I know we do not have chances. But they're basically denied at every stage of the game, other than 3 shots, which had really low grade chances. Yeah, I mean my own words, am I? Commentator's luck, I guess. McDowell with a cross from deep. Yates. Bain again. Jenkins. Yep, well Martin. Well done, but it's a bit late. We're at home. I'll demand more. It's just no good. And I will tell them in uncertain... Look at that. Terrible it is. And I don't even feel like this is part of... It's not a tactical problem, is it? Chances are really limited overall. So I guess we can be happy with the defensive performance. We just can't be happy with the attacking performance. Let's do this. He's not fast. His marking and positioning are okay though. Same are his. His positioning isn't that great, his pace is okay though. And Cummings has decent acceleration and pace. His positioning is off sometimes though. We didn't create that much. So I don't want to go with be more expressive specifically. We could try to pass into space. I don't think there's a specific weakness in their squad. Let's do this. Let's try to pass into space a bit more. Jones. Yates doesn't win the duel though. Gibson. Tumulty. Jones. Another one. Over defense. Yeah, not bad. So maybe in one of these situations we stand a chance. Because we need to create somehow. Charles, that should be a really bad cross, and it is. Problem is our defending isn't great. Tumulty, Cummings, Nicholson. Nothing. Look how they push up. Let's trigger the press more often. Feldstedt for a corner, is it? Yeah. .09. Well, they were more expected to score after this corner than throughout the entire game. Mohammed with a long ball. Jones. There's just nobody to pick it up. Bain again. And I feel Martin he really has his problems. Jenkins. Is any one of these tired just yet? Not really, maybe through the middle of the pitch. The thing is, Mohammed is probably... Yeah. He's not one to be outrun by Yates. And he's not one to be outjumped by Elina either. Long shot by whom? By Jenkins. Long shot by Jenkins. Okay. Feldstad with a long... Goalkeeper's out of his goal. Coleman. Coleman's long ball. That shouldn't be a problem. Emphasis on shouldn't. Feldstad. Well. Clears into touch. Flynn Murray doesn't have a great game apparently. Neither does McDowell. Bain. Preston runs into touch with the ball. Do we really want to replace both fullbacks? Seriously. Please don't tell me you will clear this into touch. He doesn't. He crosses from deep towards Yates, who is just out jumped immediately. We need them to cross somewhere else. Come on, Coleman, why? Alright. He crosses towards target man all the time. I don't think that this is a good idea. He's instructed to cross less often though. Is there anyone else? I guess we can instruct him to cross towards near post. That would be more like... well, either Tumulty or Gibson's area, more or less. So I guess that's okay. And in McDowell's case, well, the crosses towards the far post are more difficult because they are further away. So I guess near post crosses is maybe more on their skill level, if any. Oh, come on. Flynn Murray. Tumulty. Flynn Murray again. Gibson. Can we finally take a shot, please? Byrne. Martin. It's not even that bad of an idea. Feldstad. McDowell. Feldstad again. Towards Yates. If we had faster players or players with better anticipation, probably not that bad. Coleman. Or just someone to win those duels. Like this. Exactly like this. I guess that counts. We take those. Clwyd was really lucky. And then Byrne with a wonderful pass and Yates barely skips past his man. I'm happy with that. I can live with it. That's good. 1 point would be just fine. Given the circumstances of this match. Now we just have to carry that. Oh. Over the line. I was going to say over the finish line. Do more. 6 points would be totally fine. Come on. Bain. Flynn Murray, well defended. Yates. He might pick that up. Find a pass. Find a damn pass, man. Nice pass. Gibson. Gibson. Oh. Feldstad. Clwyd. Yates with ball control and McDowell towards near post and nobody's there. I guess that's on me. Griffiths, can you close him down, please? No. For fuck's sake. Oh. How? Let's have a look. So Griffiths is not closed down. Preston and Griffiths again. Five points of crossing. 1 to 3 anticipation. Thank you very much. And by the way, welcome back to the stream. Nice to see you. This is, on a technical level, this is really unlikely to happen. He is really unlikely to notice this, and he is really unlikely to see that passing option. It's just very unlikely that this happens. And then, well, with Jenkins I'm not that surprised. So we've got 30 minutes to turn this around. The problem is, well, we scored one on the counter. So, do we want to go for it now? Or do we want to keep the tactic? Yeah, maybe. Maybe another 2 minutes? The problem is, however we do it, it will probably be wrong. If we go for attacking too early, look at it. We might open up some space for them. Or Burn might score the free kick. Oh. So close. Is there something on the bench? I guess Clwyd can go off. Do we want to risk Rooney? Seriously? Do we want to? Because Rooney's got the pace. So maybe that's one way to do it. Burns corner. I would also have taken a goal by a header or something. Come on, Burn. Another one towards Jones? Apparently not. Ball's picked up by Gibson and he loses it. Let's give him 5 minutes. In fact, let's not give him 5 minutes. So, whatever Clwyd did last game, he was a hero in the cup game and now he's from hero to zero. We will bring on Rooney. Here. And I think that's okay. Yeah, sure. That said, we need some penetration. So inverted winger on attack it is. I'm not so sure if he's... I guess we just wanna get somebody that's pacey out here. We're trying to pass into space, right? He's got the acceleration and the pace to pick that up. In case he's, you know, mentally available. Which is a big if. He doesn't care about whatever we say. Andy Rooney is our new Antoine Pouget. Burn. Maybe, yeah. That was not a bad choice. I'll give it another 5. Because with more attacking, we might just concede on the counter. This team is way better than we are. Well, not that much better, but they are better than we are. And this is a league game. Goal difference counts too. Interesting choice of a defense. Yates. Close him down, man. Apparently Yates doesn't feel like he needs to contribute defensively. Yes, as I said, I will in about 5 minutes. Yeah, the pressing intensity, by the way, is on maximum. They're trying to go with midfield press, or I guess a low press. What we can do, so for the next 5 minutes, what we can do is we can go with a mid block, despite the lower defensive line, to press a bit more, because they might be vulnerable in this area. Let's give them 3 minutes, okay? I'm not sure why I negotiate this. Apparently, because I think they... Seriously... Yeah, okay. That's on me. On the other hand, with a higher press, we probably would have conceded even earlier. Fuck. Him on support duty. Let's bring someone else on. So at this point, it's Hail Marys. We will go with attack duty here. This is okay-ish. Yates scored again. There's not a reason to bring Elena on. Gibson doesn't have a great game. I do not want to bring Moody on to be in midfield though. Can Yates play in midfield? Barely, but he's got a long shot. Moody is a ball-winning midfielder. I guess we can bring on Moody for, you know, for Jones. Because we need somebody to cover. He's not a pacey guy, so he's the wrong one for this job. Martin can drop back. We had that previously. I guess Martin is the one to cover now. He's no good at it. Yeah, but well, park the bus was what we did for the last 60 minutes. And it worked to a degree. Until the second, I'd say the second half of the game, probably. In the first half, they barely stood a chance to score, but they got one in, luckily, and we clawed one back with luck. Now, parking the bus is at this point, it's no longer viable, right? And the problem is, our wingers and so on, they are really bad on the mentals. The anticipation is really bad. So they do not see the long balls. They can run for them, but they do not anticipate them. So that's a problem. That's just low quality. Still stands a chance from time to time, obviously. But now we need to push for the goal. Somehow. Probably though. I'm not sure if pushing more players towards the goal necessarily is the way to go here. We're trying to go with patient build-up play. If we put him on advanced playmaker, he might not have an impact on the game anymore, right? We have our problems with the deep-lying playmaker already. So, not sure. I'd rather keep him like this. And also Kelly, I'm not sure if he's a good idea. What I'm willing to do though, Gibson has a really horrible game, right? That's not horrible, but he's no good right now. I'm willing to do something unorthodox though. We will play Yates in midfield. He has no idea how to do this, but he has a acceptable long shot, an acceptable finishing, acceptable anticipation and off-the-ball movement, and decision making. Physicals, not so much, but maybe he can tackle through. Whatever. And Elena up front, because I think Elena is one to have the headers. So I guess we will pepper him with crosses at this point. More often. For everyone. Even though he might not stand a chance to receive them. Because they might be way off. But who cares? Let's cross towards Elena and hope for the best. Because we are two goals down at this point. Yeah, doesn't look like we stand a chance. And Elena has no great movement or anything else. Well, he has really good anticipation. So that might make a difference. I don't think so though. I think this game's done. 20-something minutes to go. And, is this berating material? Not just yet, right? Yeah. So Coleman's long ball. Jenkins picked it up. Jones was too slow, Feldstedt was too slow. Both were out of position in a way. That's, our central defenders aren't fast enough. We need somebody to replace Jones. Yeah, if his name is Jones, that is. His name is Jones. The other one was named James. The one we lost. Feldstedt. Why? I think he's specifically instructed not to do this. Take fewer risks. There it is. There's no pass into space instruction here. He just does this because there's no passing option available. So imagine an advanced playmaker, he would push up even more. Tumulty. Tumulty? And nothing. Now we push up rather far, which opens up options. Coleman, Martin. There are passing options here. He will go towards Elina though. Who loses the duel? Davies. And yet another corner. I will... That's probably a bit much. I will berate them. It's no good. Apparently it worked. 2 goals down is enough. Apparently. Coleman. Well, Coleman is on a 6.3 rating, by the way. Really great goalkeeping. I guess the secondary goalkeeper can make an appearance next league game. Martin. Flynn Murray. Tumulty. Towards Yates. Martin. And a long ball towards Elina. Well, that won't serve. Look at it. Really lucky. Jenkins, Griffiths, Charles. Why did he go for the header? Could have just ran with the ball. "15 minutes to go. Is there somebody that needs playing time?" I guess Kelly does. So... Byrne apparently had a good game. Let's take him off. Yeah. Yep. I agree. I agree. But the thing is, the players aren't good enough, I think. They do not see a passing option. They are instructed to pass short and risk-free. Sure, we can do this. Maybe that confuses them. I don't know. Shoot on side is probably a bit much. And then... something like this. And on attacking, because we can. Now we will just go with long balls towards the 2 target men and hope for the best. And Kelly will move back a little bit. So maybe he can pick up some passes. Also, we need him to ease off tackles. The problem here is, to answer the question by Tuchin, these two have really bad... He doesn't even have that bad passing. But I feel he has low composure. So he's nervous, I guess, and he's really nervous about the passing. So they just go with the long ball because they are fearful. I think that's the explanation. And this is something that really annoys me too. So a solution would be to have more close range passing options, for example on the wing. Or to have more defensive midfielders. So then you can retain possession and so on. But, you know, that might not work. Elina, Tumulty, Moody. Oh! It was a hopeful effort anyway. But that was good. Wilds. Martin Yates. Seriously. I think he hit the own man. Felstead. It was a bad free kick. Close him down? Come on. Don't let him run with the ball, close him down. Well done. Tumulty, long ball immediately towards Yates, doesn't win the duel. Well, at least this is interesting to watch. If not for the result, that is. Yeah, but this doesn't seem like it creates any more chances. Flynn Murray. This will probably result in a cross from deep, which is okay-ish. Nah. Maybe they have the strength, but not the pace. Kelly, though, picks up the ball these days. So I guess the two defensive midfielders, they were a good idea. Rooney. Nope. That's yet another corner. Let's encourage the team. Maybe we can score a second. Not that it matters much. It's too late. Wilds. Can one of you please try to defend this? Kelly, nice pass. Flynn Murray again. Yates, Tumulty, Yates. Well, now we're getting chances, low-grade chances though. Martin, Tumulty. Tumulty. Come on, nice pass. Yates with another shot and we get another corner. I guess he's instructed to do these, right? He's on attack duty anyway. Wilds. Nope. Second attempt. Wilds. Elina doesn't stand a chance there. By the way, they brought on Ben Edwards, who is a decent jumper, not that strong. Elina should be capable to cope with him. Same here. It's really unlucky. Wilds, Elina, Rooney. That's not great defending. Martin. For some reason, it feels like we dominate possession now. For some reason. Despite not oh. Fuck. That pass by Kelly. Seriously, he's our playmaker. At least our secondary playmaker. How? Coleman barely moves. Felstead. Wilds with the cross from deep towards Elina. Wins the header and nobody's there to pick it up. That should be offside. Yep. At least this time the referees got it right. Again towards Kelly, which is totally fine. This pass though. I guess this is too focused on the two target man. Which is, to be fair, this is what we were trying to do for the last 10 minutes. Well done by Wilds. Rooney maybe. Rooney with a penetrating pass towards Yates. Not a penalty. Apparently it was an inch-perfect tackle. Well, I would have taken a penalty and a red card too. Wilds. Nope. Kelly, can he spot a pass? Fails. Oh, a bad one, yes. And we gave away another corner, apparently. Defended by Wilds. Yates picks up the ball. Last time for a long ball. And that's a bad one. Rooney. Yeah, it's a bad one. That's it. That's the game. Okay. We tried. We tried. Flynn Murray. He came on, he had a wonderful game, and then the second game he came on and he had a horrible game. I guess that's it for today. Do we throw the water bottle? It's so close to throwing the water bottle, probably. But it's not good, not bad enough, I think. Not this time. th spot. It's not lost yet. Well, that is if the board sticks with us. Right? But at least we have the cup competition in our favor. So hopefully we will not get fired just yet. I mean, not after 7 games, will we? 5 without a win in the league. I wasn't aware. Okay. I do not think we played that well. Well, in the first half we did. To a degree. The first half really was shut up shop for everybody. With the exception of that one freak goal. But they were just... We were incapable of defending against them. Whatever tactic we took. We do so... That's not fair. We do show signs to turn things around. In the cup, that is. Yeah. I guess we kept him on the pitch due to his quality, but we should have substituted him maybe. I really don't care. Always these comments for the opposition's players, I really don't want to comment on those. Okay, so that's a press conference. Let's not forget this game, so let's comment on these performances immediately, because it will have an effect on morale. And let's go with training. I thought about that, yes, but The problem is, I do not think that this is viable. I'll show you why. And this is this. No heading, no strength. They can't do that. That said, in his case, it's really... With a crossing of 9 and anticipation 10, he stands a chance to play a decent cross from time to time. Right? Like, he's brand new with the club though. His performances have been all over the place in the last 2 games. The first game was really great, the second game was really horrible. His adaptability might be one. Who knows? But he's not consistent right now. But 2 games are such a small sample, it's hard to determine. And to me, as a fullback on defend duty, he stands a chance at some point. At least that's how I think about it. Also, his composure is really bad, so I don't know. I guess he can improve going forward. Inconsistency, not with the level of play specifically. So to go with no nonsense fullbacks, I think it would deprive us of a strength and introduce an additional weakness. Because then they would try to go with more heading and less running and so on. If that makes sense. So I don't think that this is a good idea for him. And a similar argument can be made here. I think he should I do not agree, sadly. If we look at this, well, his work rate is okay, but we could tell him to dribble less and cross. Yeah, why not? Okay, I guess that's fair. Yeah, you have a point. And less risky passes. So let's adapt this to the formation though, okay? Because I think you have a point and I agree with this. But in this formation, do we really want the fullback to be on support duty? This is the defensive formation. We want him to stick behind the ball. And we want him to play these crosses from deep. That's okay with us. We just need somebody to win the duels up front. And Yates does sometimes. I mean, look at this. Yes, I realize there's penalties in there, but some of these are counter-attacking goals. He's not horrible at it. He might get to it. I wouldn't say that this is... well... the argument can be made that this is enough goal scoring to keep us in the league, right? So not conceding is more important, I think. That said, in the attacking formation you are right. This is rubbish. This is too much. So... also it's just wrong for him, right? Let's clear this. He should dribble less, that's true. He should shoot less often, that's true too. He has bad passing, so fewer risks is fine. Cross from deep or byline doesn't matter much in this situation, but he should cross more often, and I guess towards the target forward is okay. It really depends on the circumstances on who's on the pitch though. So given that crossing will be a bit focused on the target forward anyway, that's okay. Sitting narrow or wider, we had that instruction to cover for Gibson, but that opens up some space on the wing, so not so sure. I think though you have a point. Because, well, we should use his crossing in any case. So crossing more often is good. And this is wrong. This is just blatantly wrong for him at least. He should cross more often, not less. Because crossing 9 for this level is acceptable. And he has the anticipation to see where to cross. Well, or he has the anticipation to anticipate a run, I guess, by somebody. The vision though is bad. That said, he has the game in front of him, so the vision is not that important. Not as important as with other players. I think vision is something like a cone, right? In front of him. So crossing for these two, for example, should be possible, or for Gibson, that is. McDowell, on the other hand, is a different story. So no nonsense fullback is not a thing for him. I think we can agree on that. That's just a big nope. That's the best we can do with him, probably. What's what? This is where you tell me that I should have stuck with a fullback on support for the entire time. No. It is always tactical, a tactical redo, or it is always a tactical adaptation. I'm not gonna redo the entire thing, just due to one result. And I'm gonna go back to that result too. I want us to look at the goals. This might be a bit painful, but I want us to look at the goals. Yes, we have one other option. That option is basically the same. So we need a replacement there. The first goal conceded, that was with really good defending overall. Prior to that, we basically gave away no chances. And there, Bain scored from out there. Please don't make me do another one. Then we scored one on the counter. This is not a bad pass. And Yates routinely finishes this one. So there's a chance to go with counter-attacking goals. This one, that was a freak cross, and Jones just lost his man. So we know that Jones is a weakness in central defense. It's not a tactical redo from that perspective. I think Jones needs to be replaced. Relieved, if you want to put it that way. And this one is the other central defender. These are all balls from deep. And by the way, these are... so 2 out of 3 were scored by passers. Yeah, sure. But the first one... I will break... yeah. So this is this one. Yates didn't press Preston. They were specifically instructed to press these two. Well, he does, to a degree. Preston plays a pass towards Griffiths. If we look at this, Flynn Murray is out of position here. He should be a bit... he should move up a little bit. This was really close offside-wise, by the way. It was like that close. We had a replay. The lines were basically identical. This one might be offside. He isn't though. And him? No, it's not Felstead. Martin was specifically instructed to mark Bain. We cannot go back here. Oh, for fuck's sake. Why? Can we go back? No, we have to do it all over again, right? Yes, he is. And he will remain that way. It's not about the defend duty. He's fine with that. And by the way, this is a defensive the defensive formation anyway. I don't think that this is due to being on defend duty. He is specifically instructed to mark him and to close him down and to tackle harder. Well, what would you want me to instruct him to do? To cover? But there's situations when he needs to close down the man. Just like this one. No, I don't think so. No, I don't think so. I think this is just an error by the defensive midfielder. Why? But it can work just fine. I do not see... How do I put this? So I appreciate the feedback, but I do not see the sense in this. This feels like a general statement to me and not adapted to either the tactic or the skill set, or I do not see a reason. Why would it be? There's two central defenders behind him that can close down whatever he doesn't achieve. Isn't it? Why is it? Yes. I think so too. They are not great at chances, but we stand a chance. Well, we stand a chance to create chances there. So, and I also want to put an emphasis on this. Yes, we did not create a single chance here. That's a problem. On the other hand, they barely created a chance. True. True. Yeah, you have a point. That's true. On the other hand, it was a low-grade chance that got converted. Still. It was a long shot. It was unlikely to be scored. If, for example, the player would have taken more time on the ball, he would have been likely to be closed down. With two men on his heels. I'm not saying that I don't think that's true. He is instructed to hold his position in defensive midfield. He's not instructed not to close down. An anchorman would not close down. I think that's well, at least it feels to me like...
Thanks for the sub!
A subscription? Seriously? Yay! First subscription. I'm very grateful. Thank you very much. This is fantastic. Well, of course. Let's have a look at the instructions. So, oh, for fuck's sake, I guess you're right. If we put him on support duty... No. He will trigger the press according to... I'm not sure. And... No. It's okay. I can laugh about this all day. And Anchorman is not a thing for him, no. 'Cause... Let's see. His composure is bad, his concentration is bad. I don't feel like this is a thing. He's got 15 points of aggression. And a decent tackle. We even teach him to dive into tackles at this point. Obviously he has his weaknesses here. Yes. But DM on defend is it's basically a no-brainer's approach. This is like a fullback on support or a central midfielder on support. It says nothing. I didn't celebrate that subscription enough there. Yes. I'm really excited. This is the first subscription ever. Can somebody please be excited with me about this? Seriously. I love this. I'm not sure if I deserve it, but I love it. Thank you very much. Yeah, thank you. So, in fact, we should probably party. Is there a partying sticker? And I should probably go to bed afterwards. Even though I enjoyed the discussion, by the way. I guess this one is appropriate. We will do this one. Thank you very much. I love this. Okay, back to the topic though. I would like to disagree. Respectfully. So, in Football Manager, I might be overdoing this. In Football Manager, every menu for triggering the press is separated between these three. Or whatever. However many... oh, now you can see it. However many different settings there are for triggering the press. So, we were trying to say here that the ball winning midfield didn't close down the man that much. The argument was that he was waiting for a ball to be won. That's not true. He ran after his men the entire time. He got outrun. That's true. And we can also see this in the tactical instruction here. Because there is no way, however we want to set up the ball winning midfielder, that he covers the area. He never does. He runs towards the ball. So he opens up space that is covered by the central defenders usually. But he goes for his man. The man that runs with the ball or the man he's instructed to mark. In this case, it was both. So he's at maximum triggering the press, whatever the tactical instruction is. That's his role after all, it makes sense. Right? So this is 100% triggering the press. Now, if we put him on Anchorman, for example, that's not true. As an Anchorman, we can tell him to press less often or more often, depending on what we want to have. You enjoy redoing me. Me redoing tactics all over again, right? After every second game. I want to cut back on that. Seriously. This is overinterpretation, I think, of a single instance. If this goes on like this repeatedly for the entire season, then probably yes. But we conceded one goal that way. There's a difference between a bad decision and a bad outcome. And I think in this situation it wasn't a bad decision. Also, I don't think it's a bad decision to play a ball-winning midfield in this kind of formation. Not necessarily. Because that's what he's good at. And once they pass, you know, the midfield line. So, but yeah, now you're specifically picking the bad results and ignoring the fact that we won the cup them 0-2. Right? Look at this. We played with the same defensive tactic here, and we won. And by the way, we lost with the position. So, okay. So the wins are pure lucky, but the losses are not unlucky, but the losses are conceptual. What does tell you that it's not the other way around? I guess we need to agree to disagree at this point. And this is also, by the way, due to the fact that, you know, we played this tactic for 3 games now, maybe, well, this one, probably for 2. It's not like we use this very much. So, how the hell should we know? Yeah, but if you go that way, we adapt the roles to the playing staff we have. We do not adapt the playing staff to what we want them to play, even though they are not capable of doing it. Okay. Well, I'm not sure if we can continue this tomorrow, but I'd rather continue this another day. I gotta get to work tomorrow, right? We'll see. Seriously. And as always, I appreciate the feedback. And by the way, Sharon Nollet, I think you are right about a fullback on support in this case. So I overdid it here. And this is a new signing, so it was good that we adapted this. And I also see some sense in the argument with the attacking duty, for example. But we have another player in the defensive tactic now on attack duty, even though he's not great at it. That said, he had 2 games in this tactic, in this role. He's not even natural in this position. We retrain Clwyd right now. And the argument can be made that somebody pacey should be here and not a good finisher. But this is just an argument between precision and recall in the end. Same here. Right? If we put him on attack duty, he will try to run for the ball all the time and he will be offside all the time. To start him in deeper positions might even be a good idea. He might still run for the ball in case he realizes it. Which, to be fair, happened. It's just a rare occasion. That said, in these situations he has a chance. Okay. Yeah. I don't think I agree. There's other things that that seem a bit off to me. For example, the fact that Byrne doesn't come deep to receive the ball. As a deep lying playmaker on support duty, I don't like that. So I can see some appeal in dropping him back, for example, and put Gibson up front, and then all of a sudden it would be a 4-2-3-1. That said, I want Gibson to defend, so I don't know. I gotta reflect on this. But I think after one loss, it's also a bit overdoing it. We won the cup game, and I don't think it was by chance. It just the tactic went well, and in this game it didn't. Yeah, there's an argument there. That seems viable. The thing is, what should we do? Play him as an anchor man, which he's absolutely incapable of doing? So then they will get rushed anyway. The best chance we have to get the ball back is with him being on a ball-winning midfielder. So I guess the argument is about what's the better way to approach this. And we can debate about this all day long. I feel like there's just different philosophies, I guess. That said, I wanted to wrap up the stream. So, not to forget the title of the stream though. I guess we can go with first subscriber though. But we had some interesting ideas for the title. What was it? Clwyd's comeback. Well, we won't do that one, even though it's kind of funny. A cup win. The return of Clwyd. Well, whatever. I'll find something. You all have a nice evening. And we will hear each other soon and probably see each other. Might not be tomorrow though. We'll see. Maybe Wednesday. So, thank you very much for watching, as always, and have a nice evening. I don't know, sleep well, right? At this hour. And goodbye.